Excuse me. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, April the 21st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? All right. Well, guys, yes, crude free fall again. So pick a tanker, any tanker. So we've got some of the usual suspects, STNG. Really, just about any one of them. FRO. The only one I didn't see that was up this morning was EURN. EURN kind of lagging, so you might want to pay attention to this one. This is kind of lagging the tankers. EURN. NAT. NAT, another tanker. Again, if you look at my gap ups this morning, so STNG, TNP, TK, FRO, NAT, TNK, all tankers. But there are other things happening. Look at WATT. WATT. This has been in the news in the past. Similar press releases, I believe. They've got something to do with, well, they say the FCC has given them, I don't know if it's blanket approval, but just got some kind of an approval for their over-air charging. All right, so Watt, huge move for Watt. Up 150%. Relatively low float, 28 million in the float. And through the 200-day moving average, 249, there's 268, so it is through the 200-day moving average also. On the flip side, CYCC, huge gap down. They announced it. Actually, it's funny because I saw it here. I didn't see the financing yet, and then they came out, they announced the financing. This looked like it was going to be a financing, and then they announced the financing. I think it is 4 million shares at $5 a share. That is for CYCC. So this is a financing beatdown. Big move here for Beyond Beef or Beyond Meat. I guess they're trying to make an entry into China. I think that's the news I see. To bring plant-based beef to China. So a huge move. Kara, not a virus play. Kara was a gap up. Yeah, it's starting to pull back a little bit now, though. Quite a bit, actually. Kara, positive phase 3 results. This one was up. Let's see if it's still holding. VXRT, virus play. It's still not too bad. 335, the high in the pre-market, a virus play. IBM, I put this one down just out of, I know some people will follow IBM. Actually an earnings play. Big gap down, 5%, $6 for IBM. And really, if you look at it, I mean, if you play some of these more expensive stocks, IBM support was kind of around 114.62, so it's right underneath that, just a little bit underneath that for IBM. Another more expensive one, PM. Is another earnings play. Not very much volume yet. But again, the same sort of thing, you know. I mean, if it takes this area out right there, which it looks like it's trying to, the next area is down here at 69.38 on support for PM. This one had gapped up. I don't know if it's holding. LIFE, Life. Yeah, not that much. 437, so it has already given up almost $1. It had gapped up. And let's see. I want to see if it's the virus play. Yeah, another virus play. And it's through it was through the 200-day moving average. See if it's still through the 200-day moving average. Let's see, 385, so is now underneath the 200-day moving average. That's Life. This one is gapping down, WISA. Well, it's pulling up a bit here. Actually, it's a nice little pop, but WISA, gap down. And this is a wireless technology. Let's see. Yeah, we don't do that here, Navia. We don't. This is not that type of a room. You might get some opinions, all right, but certainly I'm not going to tell you two companies that you should take a position in, all right? Got another notice for NASDAQ, okay? Has not regained compliance with minimum bid requirement, and that is for WISA. And I am sure all eyes are going to be on Netflix after hours today. You know, I mean, I'm assuming everybody believes that they're going to have blowout earnings, etc. You know, because of this, of course, everybody's staying at home watching Netflix. But how much of that is already baked in? That's why it's just not a slam dunk. But we'll see. It'll be interesting to see what sort of reaction to their earnings after hours. And let me see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Give me a second here. I'm just conversing with somebody in our tech. All right, let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com, see how many there are. Actually, not that many. Let me just see if I can get a few of them in, okay? Instead of just the Goldman ones. I see some upgrades for the airlines. Why? Who knows? And Coke had earnings today too, KO. When I looked, it was basically flat. Don't really see it had a big move yet anyway. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. I'll get the downgrades in now too. Yeah, there are a few more downgrades than upgrades, as I guess would be expected. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Meanwhile, tankers. Look at this. I mean, look at all. Again, my gap ups: Nat, TK, TNK, TNP, Fro, Sting. Anywhere. So there's our in the top top five. My gap ups. All these tankers. But interestingly, still, EURN is still kind of lagging here, guys. So there must be something going on that I'm not completely aware of. I know they're not all tankers. I mean, they're not all exactly. This is freight transportation. EORN is deep sea. Anyway, I'm definitely going to keep an eye on EORN though. And just see if it, because it does appear to be lagging. Float, 220 million in the float. So I will stick an alert maybe right around here, around 1183. Just see if it takes that out a little bit later. Okay, guys, as usual, you want to follow my watch list up and down. Click on from the toolbar, click on New and Channel Bar, and then My Windows. Remember, this is a layout. Everything in a channel bar is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So if you do that, then you'll be able to follow my watch list up and down all day long. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. And you should start getting stuff in here right on the open. Also, guys, I've made a change. You don't have to do the same thing, but I've made a change in my Momo up and down. I put it on no repeat mode. So I'm only going to see it the first time, kind of like this one. So I can kind of look back and see what's happened. Again, you don't have to do the same thing. Let's see, flyer from yesterday, EROS. This is sinking right now. Have they done a financing maybe? Nope. You know how crazy some of this action is. I mean, look at yesterday's, Friday's action, huge. Yesterday's action, but it's complete and utter sell-off, and then sell-off continues below the 200-day moving average right now. Not shortable for me, WISA. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. This looks disastrous. Basically, you got a non-compliance notice from NASDAQ. You don't have to update, no, as long as you load it. There's nothing for you to do as long as you load it. Nothing happens until the market opens. You just have to go to my channel, okay, new channel bar, and my windows. SCO, yeah. Yeah, Don, it's just my preference. It's as simple as that. I mean, I'm much more in tune with the bigger time frame anyway. The daily, weekly, and monthly. These are just kind of from little patterns. That's all I care about. I mean, and anything I'm seeing is making a new high or a new low, okay, or very close to it. So all I really care about then is, okay, if it's going to make a new high or a new low, what sort of resistances are on the bigger time frames, the daily, weekly, and monthly? Well, there's nothing happening right now, Ronnie. Okay? Okay? Nothing happens until the market opens. It's just you know, Don, this is just personal. I mean, I know there are people that'll swear by a 2 minute time frame. You know, it's just personal. I just find, you know, the smaller than 5 minutes is just too whippy for me. You know, and it's not a it's not something that I'm saying, you know, everybody should be using what I do. I mean, that's absolutely not the way I look at it. If it works, you know, I know some people use a 1 minute time frame. I know I just can't do that. Yeah, I mean, with the Watt guys, I mean, it's already had a tremendous run, of course. So somebody asked me what's my opinion. Well, I mean, it's had a tremendous run. Could it still go higher? Yeah, I mean, obviously, once the market opens, it's holding. I mean, there's the pre-market high, 294, fairly low float, 28 million in the float. When you look at, again, you know, my big time frames, first of all, it's over the 200-day moving average, a little bit, 249, 258 right now. But if you look at the longer time frames, so you look at that weekly chart, probably looks like there's some resistance around 330. You're talking about that figure right there, Frank? You know, I don't know. I mean, it can couple things. It could be on our end. It could be on your end. Long as it's not, as long as it's not, you know, anything under 100 ms is fine. Why it bounces? Don't ask me. I mean, I'm sure there's a technical reason, but maybe keep an eye on Clovis still. It sold off at the end of the day. Sorry, CLVS. CLVS. Did sell off at the end of the day. I think it did anyway. Yeah, a bit of a sell-off at the end of the day. Kind of popped around here. Very active yesterday, of course. Almost got through 10. I think it got to 995. A lot of people following this one. I think life is over. LIFE. I think it could be over. A little lag. Let's see now. Yeah, it hit 435. It's almost almost dropped $1 pre-market. It was through the 200-day moving average, not anymore. So guys, as usual, what time is it? 9:24. So I usually take off at least the first 15 minutes anyway. No trading for me. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Yes, I will always miss those runners right from the go, but that's okay. For me anyway, that's okay. Zkin, ZKIN, little move here. Here's the 200-day moving average, 127. China stock. Watt is holding, guys. WATT is holding. Well, let's see. Is this found a base maybe? CYCC. Again, this is a financing. Watched it right here. I saw the big gap down already, and I thought to myself, man, are they doing a financing? Because I think this is probably a virus play. And then right there is when they actually announced it. See that big red candle right there? So that's when they announced it. 5 million shares. Sorry, 4 million shares at $5 a share. So it's it's 20% under the financing price right now. And of course, I haven't even talked about the market. The market's going to have another rocky open. I don't think I mentioned this one, APDN. I know I put it up here, but in the alerts. But APDN, actually, it's not too bad. It's kind of holding. I mean, I'd like to see it a little closer to that high right there. There is a 200-day moving average, 755. So what did it get to? In the pre-market, it got to about 701. There's a 200-day moving average, so that's kind of looming above it. It had university collaboration, another virus play. Anger management grumpy. All right, I'll get rid of these two. And I have turned them on. I have turned these my two strategies on. So I will be taking the auto trade on the entries only. I'll manage the exits on my own for anything that's showing up in the watch list up, watch list down. Worked pretty well yesterday. And of course, I'll go over all of this around 10:30. Give me one moment. No, yesterday we had a nice little rally yesterday for about I think an hour and a half or so, if you recall. Remember, I mean, the SPY got hit hard right off the open, but then we had a nice maybe an hour or so, nice solid green candles on the 15. That gave us some interesting bounce plays, trend plays, but that was about it. Watt is Watt is actually looking like it wants to maybe take out that high in the pre-market. Still pretty strong right there. There's their pre-market high. 291. Aussie Girl, I will put that in the... Somebody asked what the price of this is. Oops. So when you click on the link, all you have to do is then do some mental arithmetic, subtract 15% on the first month or the entire year. Okay? All right, everybody. Market's going to open less than a minute. Let's have a great trading day again today, all right? Don't have very many stocks on my watch list today either, guys. So interesting to see how many actually get extracted from the watch list that meet the filter requirements. Okay, CEMI coming back here has now gone basically neutral. Not very much volume yet. Had a big move yesterday, CEMI. All right, market is now open. All right, AYTU on the way down. Basically flat right now. Give me one moment here. I just have to add a column to one of my top lists. Okay, look how, okay, now there's the EURN, okay? It is starting to, now it's just gone positive. You see, that was lagging the other tankers. See if this holds here. But look how whippy Nat was. Got up to 564, all the way down to 527. Now it's back up again. These are big percentage moves. It's typically why I don't like to trade in the first 15. Let things try to settle down just a little bit. SPY is trying to put in a bit of a recovery. That's exactly what it did yesterday, as I recall. The 15-minute candle before the market opened was green, and then it's just, I think for about an hour, it started to move up a bit. Watt briefly took out the pre-market high, WATT. So there are your tankers, Fro, Nat, Sting. Wow, Watt just blasted through 3. And it just got halted. Watt just got halted. Checking some of the gappers down. So yeah, so unfortunately I probably have to, don't want to see these kind of ETFs. I guess it's not an ETF exactly, but keep an eye on a little bit of a bounce for CYCC. The longer this holds for, I mean, the financing was done at 5, so it may have a bit of a rally up to that 5 level. It's running away from me. EURN. Remember I was just saying it sort of was lagging the other tankers. Look at this. Look at the volume that is coming in now. Almost 1 million shares right there. EURN. I guess I was going to take one from the get-go, maybe on that break, but I just resist doing it. It's just something I just don't like to do. Now look at the SPY. AMRN, a little bit of a move here for AMRN. Boy, you can see, I mean, this has such a big gap if it ever really takes out that 711 area. I'm going to stick an alert right there. On 707. All right, I'm sticking an alert for AMRN. What did MJ do yesterday in the big 420 day? I don't think it really did much. Yeah, nothing. Watt still halted, typically a 5-minute halt. And this one was halted also. KBSF was halted. Little bit of a lag on getting my charts. You guys getting some lag on your charts? KBSF was halted. I think this is a another China stock. Wow, I mentioned CEMI just before the market opened. It had just gone positive, or just gone mildly positive. So there's a nice breakout for CEMI again. High yesterday was almost 15, 14.90. Okay, when I get lag, I usually try to do just a reset. Well, I don't try to. I do a reset just to see if that helps. Okay, well, here's a little resource stock, CNX. CNX actually on the move here, CNX. Pretty big float, 183 million in the float. $13, 13.81 right now. Up 6.8%. Don't see any specific reason for it. All right, Watt open, guys. Wow, what a move. Took out that pre-market high like nothing, 292, broke through the whole number like nothing. Makes sense, Flavio. Thank you. Yes. Boy, look, I mean, look how whippy these can be. I mean, 1155, then down to 1116. There's the FRO. Now, this could show up in the, but it's going to be so extended. This could show up here. It's going to be so extended. I really have to, it's going to take it probably on auto trading. As long as it makes a new high, it would have to take out 374 or so. So I would probably not want to take it. So if it takes it, I'll probably get out of it almost immediately. This is on the auto trading. All right, so market is now putting in a red bar, guys. That little uptrend was short-lived. There's that topping tail. There's a big red bar for the market right now. CEMI continues. Obviously, if it can take out yesterday's high, this has nothing. I don't think there's any resistance. Go back a few months or a few years. Yeah, there's no I mean, I'm back to 2014. So there is no resistance for CEMI. Yeah, well, it's trying. You know, CYCC is trying. Yeah, a little bit of a pop off that 4 level. You know, if you got it around 4, up to 430, wouldn't be too bad. That wouldn't be overstaying my welcome. All right, dirt cheap one, SPCB, super calm. 11 million in the float. Last week's high was 104. You get up to 191 the week before. Not last week's high, 2 weeks ago. And 3 weeks ago, actually got all the way up to almost $2. So again, if you're interested in the lower price ones, keep an eye on this one, especially if it takes out the high of 2 weeks ago. PAVM on the move here. PAVM, big volume coming in. Low float, 23 million. PAVM. And it is over, of course, yesterday's high. Last week's high. Next area, 290 right there. Keep an eye on EXL from yesterday, guys. This was had a great day yesterday. Did pull back a bit, 24.25 the high, closed at around 23. Looks like it's trying to make another little move today. EXEL, good volume so far, almost 500,000 shares. Yeah, CYCC is actually bouncing nicely, guys. It's a nice move off 4. All right, SYF, let's see, it is an earnings play, SYF, big float, pretty good volume right now, SYF, it is an earnings play. No alerts yet from the AI, not yet. Another earnings play, guys. FitB, regional bank, I guess. Trying to go positive, actually. Earnings play. Again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, an earnings play, companies released earnings either after hours yesterday or pre-market. They released pre-market. You can see right there, April 21 pre-market. So far the tankers are, they're pretty, yeah, I mean, look at this. You know, you would have thought, but the tankers are all over the place right now anyway. I'm looking at EORN, STNG, FRO, they're all over the place. Well, I guess the early play certainly was the CYCC off 4. Nice, nice move all the way up to, wow, up to 450. All right, so it is 9:46. So let's see if we get anything. Nothing would happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. So now I have to see if anything triggers. Okay, now the market's putting in a little green bar. First bar was red. Now the market's putting in a bit of a green bar. Still 13 minutes for this candle to close. Okay, so again, I just mentioned all these tankers, very choppy in the first 15 minutes. Very, very choppy. Okay, now life may, I mean, this is the market high, 359. There's the pre-market high on 435. Let's see if it takes this out. It's a low float. Let's see if it takes this out right there at the market high. Okay, guys, BNTC. I'm getting some chart lag. I don't know if you guys are getting chart lag also. Getting a little bit of chart lag this morning. BNTC just got halted, guys. BNTC just halted. We've been pretty good. We've been pretty good. Wow, look at the, this could have a monster open at BNTC. Take a look at the bid ask, how it's stacking up, 18. I mean, I don't know if that's going to last. Wow, look at this, 1847 for BNTC. It is halted at 1548. Now, I don't know if that's going to last. And this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? This is Time and Sales Interactive Brokers, not from Trade Ideas. All right, cheap one, GPOR. And you know what? 159 million in the float for a $1 stock. That is not good, but look at the look at the gap. Here's the 200-day moving average way up here. But it's a huge float for a $1 stock. For those following Clovis, CLVS, again, very active already, of course. Up, down, lots of volume. You get what you pay for, guys. You guys talking about TOS, and now they've gone commission free, and it seems to lag a lot. Now, granted, I mean, but you know what? They're a big enough company. Just the fact that there's an overload in all the activity right off the bat. Tech guys, TECK is an earnings play, trying to recover a little bit here. Yeah, this is the first day I've noticed a little bit of chart lag for us. First day. Yeah, this is a free room, yes. All right, so Watt looks like it is over. Had a nice move right off the bat. Looks like it is over now, though, giving it up. Nothing triggering here because a lot of the ones that were in the watch list were the tankers, and the only way they were going to trigger if they make new highs of the day. So it's going to take a bit for these tankers to make a new high for the day. And the same with Watt, would have to make a new high for the day. I'm just checking some of the ones in the watch list. Dillard's was on the watch list, but you know, for a potential short, you know, taking all this out here, but it is having a bit of a rebound. Okay, now if you're talking about the refresh, the charts refresh every yeah, it's about 6 to 8 seconds. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when I load, you know, and usually it's almost instantaneous. So I'm not talking about that. Okay, does that make sense, H? I'm only talking about when I load a symbol, how quickly are they loading? You know, it's not too bad right now. But the update will take about maybe 6 to 8 seconds, yes. That's just the way it is with our charts. This is what I'm more talking about, you know, the fact that it's not taking a bit of time to load. So I'm just going to contact developer. What is this room, William? Well, you're in the Trade Ideas trading room, William. Somebody asked in the YouTube room, where am I? So you're in the Trade Ideas trading room. Yeah, look at Peck. Look at Peck on the way here. What a move is right. Low float, 3.4 million in the float. Electric power generation. There's nothing happening yet, probing one. Okay. You see in the repeating, so far from the watch list, nothing has triggered yet. It's that simple. Look at Clovis, guys, CLVS. I know a lot of you follow this one. Clovis, CLVS. Remember, there are filters in here, so a couple of things have to happen. For something to happen in the watch list up, stock has to make a new high for the day, or the watch list down has to make a new low for the day, as an example. So you can see right now, these are in the watch list, but they'll only sting, as an example, now will only trigger if it hits the high of the day. It may not do that. So today's watch list may not produce very much. This one could trigger very, very soon, MR. All it has to do is get above yesterday's high, 491. You can see 489 MR. The volume is okay. It meets the minimum. meets the minimum volume requirements and the relative volume. So MR could trigger if it takes out yesterday's high. And look at the room it's got. So keep an eye on MR. The only problem I would have with MR, it's going to be so close to 5, that whole number. This was an AI alert yesterday at 467. But you know why it's on the watch list? Take a look at the weekly chart. Look how much room there is. Broke through the 200-day moving average yesterday, but look at that weekly chart. Look, of course, the monthly chart, the same thing. And as I said before, I don't have that many stocks in my watch list to begin with. Now, I understand how the watch list works. I mean, in fact, I only have about maybe 20, maybe 22 or so. They don't all trigger though. They have to make a new high. They have to be above yesterday's high, things like that. So that's why there's not a lot of action so far. Yeah, Julio, if you're monitoring it, see how I just loaded PEC, P-E-C-K, and it's just not loading. I mean, it's taking a while for whatever reason. That was the one I noticed it most on. The big time frames are fine, just the intraday. And PEC, of course, has been halted. So BNTC resumed. So if you saw that one too, Julio, BNTC took a while. Well, let's see, 10 o'clock already. Nothing in my watch list. This is probably the latest. Let's keep an eye on MR. This could be one that's going to trigger, but it's got to take out the high. It's getting close. It's got to take out yesterday's high, 491, getting very close. So keep an eye on MR. Yeah, the time is set to, yeah, no, it better be. I didn't change it, so. Yeah, 9:45, 15 minutes after the open, yeah. Well, guys, the CYCC certainly was a nice play from the open, right off that 4 break, 444 right now. I did not take it. So, you know, I did not take it. What's the volume like here? 35 million in the float for Montage, MR. It's funny, it's just this one's, Julio, if you can see, I mean, it's just this one they're having a tough time. I mean, most of them are loading all right, but for some reason this PECK isn't loading. through that 200-day moving average also today, 371 or 374. This is now unhalted. Yeah, what a move. So guys, just to let you know, even if MR, alerts here is not, it doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to take it right away. I have a tough time taking something that is that close to $5. It's going to be a psychological hurdle to get through probably. But if it takes out 5, then look out. Then it's got a lot of room. Yeah, halted again. PEC is halted again, yes. We don't have it listed for some reason in our halts resumes. Yeah, a little bit of lag also in the BNTC, but let me see PEC. Yeah, I'm having a little bit of, are you talking about in the trade ideas charts, Gary? I'm having a little bit of lag in our charts. Definitely. I've already alerted one of the developers, okay? And he's kind of monitoring it. If you, can you do a reset, Petro? Try a reset, all right? Okay, one moment. Okay, guys, yeah, we've had an acknowledgement. There are some data issues this morning, okay? So there are some data issues this morning with our charts. Can't tell if this is still halted. No, it's not halted. BNTC, but horrible spread. BNTC, horrible spread. Well, guys, I can tell you right now that the only one that is close to triggering from my watch list today is that MR. I'm just checking my watch list right now. And the ones that were, yeah, I'm just checking it right now. We may not get very many alerts at all from the watch list, which is fine. I mean, haven't had a day like this in months. Okay, so nothing updating. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, so you're absolutely right. I'm sorry. I'm just looking here, 946. Okay, so we are having data issues. Okay, guys. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm sure they know we've got some data issues right now. So yeah, the alert stopped too. I can tell right there. And my last alert was 9:46. So yeah, and again, I'm developers talking to me. It looks like it's with our data provider. Now, let me see something here because my IB, of course, is fine. So, okay, I'm just checking IB. So, no, this wouldn't have triggered anyway. Yeah, so guys, just I'm going to have to put this announcement in here. We are having data issues. So, nothing you can do on your end, okay? So, if you're in a trade, don't rely on our charts. You have to rely, well, I mean, I'm looking at my IB feed. My IB feed looks fine. Yeah. Okay, guys. So again, you just have to you can't rely on the charts. We're definitely having data issues. Nothing is updating at all. Okay. So I'm just going to keep an eye on my watch list. I'm just going to load some charts. I just want to see the prices of some of these things. You know, of course, my real-time pricing in Interactive Brokers is still fine. I'm just looking in to see the MR. Probably. Will it affect Holly? Probably. Now, somebody is saying actually in the YouTube feed, same thing happening with E-Trade. So there might be a more widespread issue. I say the internet is broke. Yeah, I think there must be something going on then because it's our data. I don't know how many data providers are having problems, but definitely ours is. And I'm getting reports from E-Trade and others. So listen, guys, we just have to sit tight, and wait for everything to get fixed. Hopefully, it's not too long. But I am keeping an eye. The only one that is of interest to me is this MR, but it would have to take out 5. Yeah, so again, this is not real time right there, 1971. It's at 1995 right now. It's amazing, you know. I noticed the chart lagging. That was my first clue. There was something going on with the charts. And that was before we actually stopped getting data. So, anyway, What do you guys want to talk about? You know what? I've adjusted. No hockey, I've adjusted. How do I come up with my watch list? Okay. So the watch list that I currently have, okay, which you don't see. This is what I'll do once the market closes today. So I'll take a look at every stock in the watch list, the current watch list, and I'll load them all and check to see what sort of room they still have on a daily and weekly and monthly chart, even if they don't trigger, okay? And I'll make a determination whether or not I think they could be carried forward tomorrow. And that's just, that's a feeling. It's just a matter of looking at the daily, weekly, monthly to see how much more room they've got. If they made the watch list today and they really didn't move, well, they'll probably make the watch list tomorrow because for the reason they made it today, just because they didn't move today. Remember why they're making... Okay, I better back up. Let's take a look at DDS. This is why it made the watch list, okay? Now, it is having a pop today, but it made the watch list because if it took out that low of yesterday, of a few days ago, this could be a great short all the way down. Obviously, it's a retailer. So it made the watch list on a short bias. Now, it could still make the watch list tomorrow. Because again, look where it got to. So I will look at this tomorrow, or once the market closes. Now, what if DDS, has an incredible run? It's probably not going to, but let's say it had an incredible run. So I wouldn't carry this one over to the watch list tomorrow. But if it just hangs around this area, it'll probably make the watch list tomorrow. So that's kind of the exercise I go through. Take a look at every stock that's on the current watch list, and then make a determination whether or not I think they could be carried forward to tomorrow. And then I've got a bunch of scans that I look at after hours. And that's how I come up with new stocks to make the watch list. Okay, so that's... Well, these are the stocks that have triggered from the watch list today, okay? There are more stocks. There are about, actually, I mean, my entire watch list is only, it's not that big. Sometimes I have 40 stocks on it. I probably only have, well, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Probably have 25 stocks on it. They don't all trigger because in my watch list, for a stock to, just so you understand what I'm talking about, so only the following list. So it's only looking at this watch list called opening up. Okay? So it's a group of stocks. It's only looking at this. And if from that list a stock makes, is above yesterday's high, there we go. Now, I don't know if we're back. Let me just see if this is actually right. Yeah, you see, this is not correct. Unless it is. I'm seeing the bid ask is at 474, so I think this is still delayed. I have to get out of this. This is delayed. I'm going to turn this off. Until we get set here. So anyway, that's the exercise I go through. Once the market closes today, I look at all the stocks that are in the current watch list, figure out which ones I want to carry forward tomorrow. Then I have a bunch of scans that I look at, and that's how new stocks get added. And then tomorrow, all you have to do is click on New, Channel Bar, and load my windows. And, they'll appear here. Again, that is not correct. At 10:15, it was not $4.91. Just have to wait for our data provider to get fixed. Yeah, it's not correct. I mean, I could tell immediately that it was not correct. And I have no idea what the market's doing. Yeah, SPY is down 5.4. Okay. So yeah, we're still lagging there. So it's down more. Well, I actually got data. It says 10:15, but that was not correct. So again, guys, do not rely on anything from trade ideas, and probably maybe even your own charts. I don't know. There's definitely some issues with data providers. I don't think it's just ours. Yeah, IB is okay. I'm looking at IB. IB is okay. I'm assuming. I shouldn't say that. I'm assuming it's okay. Now, I do see my charts updating, but I'm sure there's a lag in it. I do see my charts are starting to update. Before they weren't updating. So let me just take a look at Clovis here. CLVS. And what the real price is, 943. Yeah, so the charts are starting to update just with the wrong price though, okay? So it's got to catch up. Just have some patience. Not the end of the world. Yeah, it's not yeah, okay, Julio, I see what you said. Yeah, it's not catching up. It's just it's falling behind a lot slower, yes. Yeah, yeah, look at the G. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I mean, that looks great. 120, except it's only $1. G4. Again, just in case you're coming in new, apologize for this. It's from our data provider. We're having data issues. But if you are new to the room, welcome. It's not usually like this, of course, but welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday from 9 to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. Yeah, there were other people who are saying somebody said they had issues with E-Trade. So it's not just our data provider. Just have to wait. No. It's not. No. We have a. I mean, we probably have BAT's data, but I mean, no. It's a proper feed, shall I say? I don't know who our data provider is, but no, it's not just a BAT's provider. Okay, so this just came in. Let's see if this is right. LPTH. All right, we may be getting back, guys. We may be getting back. LPTH just having a 180. Okay, and I'm looking at the bid ask, 184. Let's see if this updates. So our lag may be just getting a little bit, we might be getting tighter here because this should be at 184 right now. And it's not, so. Okay, well, I guess LPTH really hadn't moved then, okay, because I just looked at LPTH. Did come in at 1021 at 180. And the price is 183, but. So we're not there yet, not quite. I'm only loading these just to see what the what IB is saying. So this is around 320 right now. Yeah, it's trying to come back, but I mean, you can't rely on our data right now. So I mean, this is what I'm talking about. I've just got my IB, time and sales. There it is for Watt. So I mean, if I was bound and determined to trade, I'd have to load an IB chart probably, or just keep an eye on the time and sales. All right, well yeah, we still have that lag. I can just see that lag there, okay? So I know there's still something going on. However, CIDM, I don't know. I mean, CIDM, it did get halted. I believe it got halted, CIDM. And it is halted at, so, but wait a minute, the bid ask is changing, so I don't know if that's a really late halt. Yeah, this is a real late halt. So yeah, we're not back, guys. Yeah, no, it's obvious. Yeah, I mean, I just look at Codex, CODX, and Codex right now is at 14, and you know our chart's saying 1468. So, well, just have to. I agree, Mike. I agree. Just, I mean, all the emails that we send out to everybody, why not that one? Well, guys, I haven't had an outage like this for quite a while. As I say, I can't really do anything. I mean, there's nothing. Looking at Coke here, 46. Yeah, it's close, but not. It's close is not good enough when you're trading. Let's see what NAD is really. NAD is back to 555. Yeah, I'm just tracking some of these things. It looks like, yeah, 15 to 20 minutes. What'll happen is, hopefully, even though we're getting these alerts, the minute we get an alert and you can tell, and that's the real time. Sammy, that's funny. Then we'll know that we're back. Wow. I mean, I know you're looking at NVAX. I mean, this something obviously happened because I'm looking at the time. We have it here at 24, but the price is 21.50. So something just clobbered it. NVAX. Forget the AI alert, guys. Okay, forget it. Though it does kind of look like the price. This is almost looks almost correct, guys. Almost. I mean, I'm going to talk about this one. This is from the AI. There was the alert, a short alert, 333.41, and I'm looking. No, you just can't rely on it. I mean, it's not far off the real price. Though, you know what? Now with PWR, I'm looking at I mean, this is crazy. I mean, look what's happened here. Even something has gone on. Something's gone on there. Maybe it was just that one symbol. Okay. Yeah, again, do not rely. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the P. Okay, so everything has come back now, even on the PWR. Yeah, do not rely. I mean, that's not correct. So don't rely on anything from our data right now. It is not correct. And very little we can do on our end. It is coming from our data provider. So there's nothing we can do on our end. We just have to wait for them to fix it. All right, guys, sorry about this. I don't know if I've just put myself on mute. I am following a tech discussion, okay? Thing that we can see what they're talking about with our provider, see if they're giving them any sort of indication when we might get back to normal. Yeah, guys, okay, I'm just in the YouTube room. If you can hear me in the YouTube room, we're having a problem. Our data provider's having a problem with our data, okay? So there's nothing we can do right now. You just have to wait for the provider to get whatever has happened, to get it fixed. No, I know, James. There is a problem with our data provider. Okay, there's nothing we can do about it. Too bad. There's a trigger for life. It's not. I mean, the price is 365 right now. All right, guys, listen, I'm just following a discussion, okay? We're trying to well, there's nothing we can do on our end. I mean, sometimes it's our servers, just a reboot of our servers and things like that. Not great, but at least we know we can control it. We just have no control over what's happening right now. So just have to wait. Time is it? 10:30. Who wants to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas? Watchlist is called open. What is it called? Opening up. Okay, opening up. Well, there's only one alert for Holly, right? Only one alert. Well, at least it's not happening during our test drive. That would be the worst. By the way, the test drive, for those of you who want to try us out, I'll just put this here right now. I can't really demonstrate anything else. I can't really talk about, auto trading or Brokerage Plus without having anything to feed in there. But the next test drive is will start on, if you click on that link right there. So a lot of people want to try us out. We don't have free trials, but this is about as close as you're going to get. It'll start May 11th to May 22nd. That is 10 trading days. You'll actually have access to the program after the market closes on Friday, May the 8th. So you'll have access for that weekend plus, so 2 weekends and 10 trading days. It'll cost $8.99. You'll have access to our full premium service. When you click on this, basically what you're doing is you're pre-registering, okay? So please don't bother our support people saying, hey, where's my data? It doesn't start until May the 11th. You won't get live data until May the 11th. Also open to those of you who want to take out or try our premium service, who currently have a standard subscription. So we do this 4 times a year. So it's a great opportunity to try Trade Ideas out. Basically just price momentum, price and volume. I shouldn't say obviously, but I have the 200-day moving average. I will glance at the VWAP, and that's about it. That's just me though. I'm not suggesting anybody do exactly that. A lot of people have more. My bottom line answer to that is that if you have a lot of indicators and they work for you, great. I used to, when I first started trading, used to try to have every indicator up there, but for me, it just got too confusing. Now this one probably, I don't know if this is right. Well, this one would have worked okay. OSUR, it just triggered. It would have triggered right here at, well, had to wait until the relative volume got at least over 1. So, there was the high of yesterday, 1371. So it not necessarily would have triggered at 1371. But it triggered now, and I'm looking at the price is 1425. So that would have been a pretty good one. Had our data been. You understand what I'm saying here? Because the price, wow. In fact, that would have been an excellent one. Too bad. In a day where we're not getting very many alerts, that one would have been excellent. because the price right now is 14.34. Yeah, I think what happens, Michael, is Friday afternoon, before you get another email with your login and all that, is it not explained? I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. I know it gets confusing. I know people ask that all the time. Why does it say expired? Now this one, again, I'm not going to trade, guys, until we get our data back. But I mean, this one has room. OSUR. You see why it made the watch list? I mean, it had a fantastic day yesterday. Broke through the 200-day moving average like nothing. I'm sorry, that's the weekly. Excuse me, that's the weekly. So last week it broke through. That's the 200-day weekly, or the 200 weekly. But this is still looking interesting. But again, I'm not going to trade until we get our data back. Yeah, this is still not. I'm just going to keep posting this, okay, guys? So for people who are coming into the room new, our data provider is down, and we're just waiting for them to restore our data to us. Okay, I just got word from one of the developers. It says it may take another 15 minutes for our data to catch up. Okay? Okay, so Paul, I'll answer your question. How to put VWAP I wouldn't do, okay? The VWAP lines do not work very well. I'll just tell you that right now on our charts, okay? But certainly EMAs, SMAs, moving averages. So if you go to a chart and you right click and you click on indicators, you can, there are EMAs and SMAs, okay? This is the format, okay? I want to make sure you're watching, Paul. You can see what I'm going to do. Yes, it is, Luca. I just want to continue with Paul. So, Paul, can you hear me? Can you see my screen before I keep going? Paging Paul. All right, guys, listen, both for the YouTube room and also in the trading room. I mean, if you ask me a question, it really helps me to know, number one, if you can hear me and you can see my screen. Okay? if you can't, then it's hard for me to answer. It's hard for me to some of these questions. It's just very difficult to kind of post or text the answer. So I have to know. So Luca, yes. So your question was, can you save an individual strategy window? Yeah. So here's a layout, and all I have to do is right click and save. Okay, right click and save, and then it's in the cloud. So that's an individual window from your layout. I do that all the time. All my windows, I save my individual windows to the cloud, and I save my layouts to the cloud. Okay? No hotkeys like that, JP, no. Only hotkeys we have are in Brokerage Plus. So no hotkeys like that, no. Let's take a look at OSUR. I want to see how. Yeah, OSUR. This would have been an excellent one, guys. So the alert would have been, I mean, that was the real alert. Yeah, I think, hey, we might be back, guys. No, not quite, not quite. We're maybe another 10 minutes. I'm just looking here, 14:33, 14:37, 14:35. So we're getting closer. Not create indicators. You should have indicators though. On the charts, you should have right click indicators. No, oh yeah, you don't have that. Don't worry about that one. It's just these are the indicators you have, okay? So we want to have SMAs or EMAs. Not create new indicator. I am in a development version, okay? I'm sure it's a mix, Michael. You know, personally, I'm more of a day trader. I'm not a big swing trader, but I'm sure it's a mix. Yeah, we're still not caught up yet. I'm just watching here. There's the watt. There's the chart at 379. The price is around 360, so we're still not quite caught up yet. I'm going to put myself on mute just for a couple of minutes, okay? I'll be right back. Well, I'm going to broken record. That's too bad. The OSUR is working really well. 1440 now. The alert would have been at 1405. Happy dog. Uh, yeah, okay, so AI or Holly, briefly. Yeah, I mean, this is what happens. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. At the end of every day, so the AI has access to the latest market data. The AI takes a look at all the strategies and looks at all the filters that are in place. The AI strategies have way more filters and starts maybe making adjustments to the filter values, maybe taking a filter out, adding one in, runs through an optimization routine for all 50 strategies. And at the end of that routine, tomorrow, then you're presented with the strategies that made the cut. Strategies typically making the cut are a profit factor of at least 2 and a win percentage of at least 60. And then tomorrow, I don't mind showing this right now because the data is not exactly correct. You just basically load this window, strategy trades all, and you just let the alerts happen as they come in during the day. And you have an entry price, you have a stop, and you manage the trades. It's really, well, that simple, okay? What alerts? What alerts based on a 5-minute chart? Nothing to do with any time frame, Cosmin. Is that what you mean? Like what alerts are you talking about? Alerts are real time. What page gave me the OS? Well, if you see can you see my screen, James? No, it's got nothing to do with the chart. It's a real-time alert. If the fact it made a new high with these filters in place. Okay, I have oh man, this is too bad. Well, let's pull back a little bit now, but it did hit 1442. So understand what's happening. I mean, everything in the watch list up or the watch list down, the trigger is a new high. Okay, but it has to have a minimum volume, it has to have a minimum relative volume, and it has to be above yesterday's high. Okay, so why 1405? You might be saying, well, it's above yesterday's high, but when I looked at it, the relative volume was just sneaking over 1. So obviously, without having seen it, the high of yesterday was what? 1371. So at 1371, yes, it broke yesterday's high, but maybe the minimum volume wasn't enough, or the relative volume wasn't enough. Only when these two filters also were satisfied, plus it making a new high, do you get the alert. So nothing to do with the time frame. Okay, so Paul, on the chart, if you right click, go to indicators, you see where it says EMA or SMA. I wouldn't add the VWAP. I don't think the VWAP looks very good on our charts unless people are using it and they're saying it's fine. It didn't work at the very beginning very well. But if you want to add EMA and SMA, and here's what so if you're going to add EMA as an example, this is if you can sort of either take a screenshot or just copy this down. This is a script you have to use. You give it a name, EMA, that makes sense. You can give it the EMA 8 if you want. That's the 8 period, obviously, and you can pick any period you want. But this is the format. So let's just say if you use the 8, it's EMA space 8 space close. And if you want it, in the main area, then you just choose main area, as opposed to creating another area. There's a palette, okay? And the SMA is the same. Oops. See, it's the same kind of format. Now it's SMA. You know, this is a 20 period SMA space, the period close. You can assign any period. I mean, I was just using the 8 and the 20 as examples that I have on my charts. But if you wanted like the 13, you know, it's totally customizable. Yeah, like any other alert window. Any other alert window, until all the filters are met, you don't get the alert. So again, I'm just checking to see as we're getting closer and closer. So we do appear to be getting closer to our real-time data. Or maybe not. I'm sorry. 1058, 401, that's not even close yet. So, okay, Paul, you can hear me, right? Can you hear me now? I will not start until you absolutely tell me you can hear me, okay? Oh, just a second. Don't do that. Don't do that. My cat playing with my monitor. Yeah, OSUR is now coming back. And are we getting close, guys? We might be getting close. I see 1417. I see it is at 1417. So we might be getting close. We may be back. I think we might be back. I'm just looking at the last price for OSUR. It is 1417 according to Interactive Brokers, and our chart says 1417, so we may be back. Check this one, 1322. I think we're back. Okay, Paul, I'll get to you in a second. Well, Paul, I stopped talking. That's why. Yeah, I have to tell everybody, this is not the radio, guys. I don't talk 100% of the time. Yeah, I think we're back. I think our real-time data is back now. I'm just looking, OSUR. Yeah, I think we're okay now, guys. Let's keep our fingers crossed that it remains. Okay, Paul, so here is what I was saying. So I would forget VWAP, okay? I don't think the VWAP looks very good on our charts. But for EMAs and SMAs, so if you right click and click on indicators, you see we do have EMAs and SMAs. This is what you have to do. So you might want to copy this down. So you give it a name, EMA, and you can call it the EMA 8, and you can put any period you want. I'm just using 8 here, but if you wanted the EMA 13 or 12 and a half or whatever number you pick. But this is the kind of the formula, or if you want to call it a formula, that you have to use. All caps, EMA space 8 space close. Okay? And if it was SMA, it'd be SMA, all in caps, space, whatever period, space close. Okay? And then you tell it where you want it. Do you want it in the chart itself, or do you want to create a new area? Most people will put it in the chart. Like it says chart area 1. Okay, or new chart area. Chart area 2 is down here with the volume. Okay? And then you can choose colors you want. Basically, it's a pallet. Okay. Now let's see if I'm going to do any trades now. Give me a second here. Okay, yes, we are definitely back, guys. I'm just looking here. The last 446, and it is 445, 446. Okay, so we're definitely back. Okay, so MR never triggered. Remember, I was waiting for a break of 5 for MR, so it never triggered. Ah, the PS, did that, is that a good one? Ah, that would have been good. 1351. 1326 right now for the PS on a short. Didn't see it. Yeah, I see you're talking about mRNA. Yeah, pretty big sell-off for sure. $8 so far. Okay, just got to get my head around what the market is doing right now. That's too bad. The PS, what did it get down to? Yeah, 1310. Now it is Now it has bounced. All right, guys. Maybe you want to keep an eye on this one. It is an earnings play, SYF, basing pretty nicely here. It was down once the market opened, and then it's popped back up. So it's a little bit positive right now. It is an earnings play. Big float. Yeah, let me know if it worked, Paul. I know I went over it rather quickly. The key thing is the syntax, okay? Just having, I mean, you can have these named anything you want, you know, obviously to make sense when you see it on the chart, but the syntax is the key thing. So EMA, space, whatever period you want, space, close, and EMA and close, all in caps. And then you just choose where you want it on the chart. Most people will put it with, you know, with the candles. So that's the main area. That's what most people will do. And then choose the colors. You know, it's just a matter of, you know, what colors you want. And one of the things you can do is if you want the same indicators on all your charts, then what you do is on one chart, put all the indicators that you want to see on all that are going to be the same on all the charts, and then just save that chart as a default chart. So that when you load a new chart, all your indicators are there. Okay? Okay, guys, just give me a couple of minutes. I just have to go get some water. Okay, just give me a couple of minutes. All right, I'm back. So Wiza, you're saying Wiza is coming back? I know that had a big gap down. Got a NASDAQ compliance. Now, why are you saying it's going to explode up? Trader Max, why are you saying that? I don't see anything here that's telling me that this is going to explode up for Wiza. I mean, it might, but I don't see anything. So I'm just interested to know why you would say that. See, I guess, well, if you can't hear me, yeah, this might be just a pump, somebody coming in who's got it, and so that's why I'm asking him this question. If he doesn't answer, just be careful then. Exactly. No, I understand. That's why I'm questioning it. This is absolutely not that sort of a room. Yeah, you can connect. Well, you can connect trade ideas to many brokers. Okay, we have an external linking tool, and I'm connected to Interactor brokers. So yes, you can also use Brokerage Plus, which I haven't gone over at all because we have a data issue before to connect it to Brokerage Plus or to Interactor brokers to trade. Yeah, so I'm going to delete that if I don't get an answer. So I'm going to. I have no idea if IB has 10-second charts, and I have no idea. I have no idea of any broker. I'm not saying there's no brokers that have 10-second charts. I'm just not aware of any. Just watching PS here to see if it takes out 13. 5-second charts. Yeah, I don't really talk about my account, CH, daily profit goal. I mean, I don't, if I said $1,000, if I said $500, what, it all depends on your account size, so. Boy, look at Clovis, guys. Clovis is really giving it up. Okay, it's $1,000. You're not watching me to tell you what to buy and sell all day long anyway, CH, though, okay? That's not the idea. If that's, this is I do a couple things. Obviously, I'm going to trade my own account. Haven't taken any trades today because of the our data problems, but I'm also explaining, people ask me questions about the program all day long, which is, obviously a bit of a distraction, but it's a welcome distraction. We also have a lot of other traders in the trading room that you can watch to see what they're doing. But as far as a daily goal, what difference does it make what my daily goal would be compared to anybody else's? Not trying to be mean, but Brokerage Plus only works with interactive brokers. Yes, Mike. Are you kidding me? You have 5, 10, 15, 30-second charts. Are you kidding me, Matt? All right, keep an eye on this PS. I mean, this PS, how much? It's only down 4%. Yeah, so the software program, Kobe, yes, it is. You're in a Trade Ideas trading room. So, typically, usually I won't go over all this at 10:30, but because of our data issues. But let me start talking about all this stuff now that I normally would have talked about earlier. So the links that we have here, you click on the links, you'll see. Okay, we have training links Monday to Friday at noon to 1 Eastern Time. Webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They are all archived. If you have our program, of course, you can download the latest beta. The latest beta will have things like the buy and short buttons in the chart, have the similar tab. So if you click on that, if you don't have the similar tab or the buy and short buttons in the chart, 145 every day. I'm not sure what I'm going to do today. Usually it's a recap of some of the things that I've done trading wise. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And then the test drive. So you click on that link, the test drive. You'll come to this page right there. Test drive starts on May the 11th to May 22nd. That is 10 trading days. And basically, just like it says, for $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium service. We don't have free trials. That's number one question probably. Do you have free trials? We do this 4 times a year. It's about as close as you're going to get to a free trial. So if you click on this link, basically what you're doing is you're saving your spot, all right? So please don't inundate our poor support people saying, well, how come I don't have data now? Okay, the data does not start till May the 11th. Also open to our standard subscribers. If you have a standard subscription and you've been wanting to try our premium for a while, you can do that also. Okay, that's the test drive. In the subscription link, so this is the program itself. So there's the subscription link right there. There's the promo code, Barry4Alpha, all in capital letters. Instant 15% savings off the first month only, or the entire year. So this is how much Trade Ideas will cost. Have a premium yearly is $22.68 a year minus the 15. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The huge difference is the AI/Holly and the ability to auto trade anything. Okay, you would need our premium service if you want to see the AI alerts and if you want to auto trade anything, either your alert windows. Okay, now you don't have to start off with a annual or even a premium. You can just try us out. This is just a month to month. It's not really a contract, just month to month. You can cancel anytime. $118 a month, less that 15%, and the premium $228 less the 15%. If you decide, though, you want to upgrade, and you do it within 30 days of taking out a subscription, we'll honor that 15% promo code. Yes, so that's the other thing I should have gone over. So yes, I have a lot of scans that I am sharing. Okay, many, many scans. So if you click on the scans tab, here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Hopefully they make sense the way I've named them. Okay, you can pick and choose which ones you want. You can take a look at them all. If you want to look at them all kind of more at your leisure, if you click on that room drive icon, looks like a half open folder right up there. If you click on that, scans that I share, download. And that'll go to a Word document. Also the links that I just talked about. the training links, the webinar links. These are both go to a Word document, and then you can take a look at them at your leisure. Okay? So yes, to answer your question, CH, yes. How do you continue your subscription if you use the Easter egg voice? Or sorry, the Easter egg voice, the Easter egg. So I'm assuming you're on a month-to-month. Okay, so it'll keep renewing until you tell it to stop. Okay. But remember, no, that promo, the discount is only good for the first month. Okay. If you wanted to, yes, if you wanted to upgrade, and you've done it obviously within, if you're doing it within 30 days, yeah, if you want to upgrade, yeah, okay, yeah, so you can then use the 25%. Any subscription you take out, if you upgrade within 30 days, whatever promo code you use for your original subscription will honor it. Okay, James, so when you say what screen is that, I'm new here, what screen are you talking about? You see, yeah, the problem is that you're talking to me from the YouTube. I would recommend you do this, okay? The YouTube feed is fine. If you just want to see me, or not see me, but see my screen and listen to me, it's fine. If you want to interact with traders, this is the trading room. A lot more activity. A lot more activity in the trading room. Plus, I can do things like show you all my scans. I cannot copy them all over into YouTube. It just doesn't work well. All right. So if you wanted to, you can always come into the trading room, which I'll give you the link for. I mean, in theory, they're both trading rooms. One is a lot more interactive. That's all. And I'll just put it right there, okay? So there's the link to get into the trading room, James, okay? Okay, now I want to talk a little bit about Brokerage Plus. Just give me a second here. No, you can go. Okay, first of all, like Kobe, this room is free, like this every single day. Okay, that's number one. So you can come into the room. Number two, all the training, the other training that takes place from 12 to 1, where you can ask a lot of questions, that is free. All the webinars, they're all free. So we have a lot of free support. So you have to be, we want you to be very comfortable with the program before you take out a subscription. So again, if you click on these links right there, they're the webinar registration and also the training, okay? Okay, guys, so I want to go over Brokerage Plus. So, what time is it right now? 11:25. So I want to go over Brokerage Plus. To load the Brokerage Plus window, everything I'm saying right now is part of the standard service, okay? Until I tell you you need premium, this is all part of the standard service. So there's two ways to use Brokerage Plus. First of all, to load it, you go to the toolbar, New, Brokerage Plus, okay? And this window will load. Two ways to use it. What I'm demonstrating all day long will be the simulated trading, paper trading. Okay, so if you're a new trader, you can use this window to practice trading, basically, okay? If you do want to trade your account, you need an interactive broker's account. And then you can actually connect Brokerage Plus to your interactive broker's account and trade your live account. But as I say, what I do all day long is demonstrate how you can use it for paper trading, simulated trading. So it's great if you're a new trader, or if you have, you might have a strategy that you'd like to test. And so you could use the paper trader to do that. So that's, now how to use it. So in its most simple form, you click on an alert and the symbol will show up. Pick how many shares you want to trade. Pick the price you want to get in at. And then if you're shorting, you sell. If you're going long, you buy. Okay, that's the simplest way to use it. I guess we'll call it the most manual way. The next step, though, is what I would consider you're doing is set up what we call one-click trading. So let's just say you look at Watt, you like what you see, and now you want to. Okay, Julio, I'll do that. Okay, it's just, okay, I'm answering somebody. When we first started with the VWAP, I mean, people were, the lines were drawn. Then if you went back to the chart, they were all over the place. So I never even looked again. So maybe I should try adding the VWAP. Anybody use the VWAP on our charts? Because I remember when we first had them, they didn't draw very well. And I'm just wondering, I haven't used the VWAP on the chart for a long time. So I'm going to poll anybody who's using a VWAP right now on our charts if they're working well again, or not again, but for the first time. I'll add some VWAP to my charts and see if they're working, Julio, okay? So, one-click trading. You can set up what we call one-click trading. So you load a symbol, and you like what you see, and you can set up, you go back and hover over trade, and this box will pop up. We have some defaults that we set up for you. And you can create your own. This is what we call one-click trading. You just pick how you want to trade. So how do you do that? So you have to have the strategies tab. So within Brokerage Plus, if you click on new, there are all the tabs you can have. One of them being the strategies tab. So when you click on strategies tab, you notice here are the strategies that I've got. Some are long, some are short. To create your own, you'd right click, new trading strategy. You give it a name. Is it a long? Is it a short? Here are all the tabs you have that you can fill as much information as you want. I'm going to show you what I've used, how I filled it in for what we call chart trading using, say, the buy button on the chart. So once you have got your trading strategy loaded, you've given it a name at all, and first you have to, notice I've got one here called the limit, it's a long, chart long $100 risk. So what does that mean? If I right click on it and edit the trading strategy, look at entry time, I don't have an entry time. If I were showing you my watch lists that I've got, you would notice the slider is at 9:45. The web-based version doesn't have Brokerage Plus, Roni. Didn't you ask that question yesterday? Okay, Brokerage Plus is not available in the web-based version. Now, order details and risk management go hand in hand. So I'm going to encourage you in order details to consider using position sizing based on a stop loss. You notice here I've got 100. What that means is if the trade goes against me, I don't want to lose. I'm going to try not to lose more than $100. Yeah, I think there will be, John. Right now I think it's set to 100,000. I'm not sure if I know. I'm not sure 100% sure you can actually designate what you want. I should ask. In fact, I'll ask. I'm just going to ask that question right now. I think Julio might know. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. So $100. So listen, you're going to have losing trades. So the whole idea is to try to minimize the amount you're going to lose, and how much you're going to risk per trade really is a correlation to how much your trade account is. Obviously, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade if you have $5,000 in your account. Okay. Risk management. I was hoping that we'd have this VWAP stop available for you. It's not available yet. This is a custom stop that I'm using. You can always try our smart stop. Okay, this is just a big drop down, and one of them is right there. These are all the filters you have. I'm not saying they're all could be used as a stop, but you can try this one, smart stop in dollars. Hold time, I don't have a hold time. You want to put hold time on your trade, you can go ahead. But I don't. I manage the exits on my own. Also, I did put a target here. I don't put targets, but again, for demonstration purposes, people have asked, well, can you put a target? So here, I've got a target in dollars of 50 cents. So that means if I get into a trade and I don't do anything, the trade starts working for me, it'll take me out 50 cents above my entry. But I'm going to show you how you can easily adjust that once you're on the chart. So that's what I've done. So I created this one. I gave it a name, chart short, $100 risk. And I have designated that one to be how I want to trade. If I use the buy button right on the chart, then I'm designating this is how I want to trade it with those rules. How did I do that? If I right click and check default chart long strategy. Obviously I could have picked another one, any long strategy, but I picked that one. So how does that work? Let's take a trade. Show you how that works. Let's see, what is eyes doing? Now you can do different things. So look at AGEN as an example, okay? So you might say, hey, you know what? I'd like to take this trade if it breaks up to that high right there, 295. So you can actually, if I did that, and I clicked on the buy button, and I drop my, I release it right there, it would have what we would call a conditional buy order above the current price. Or I could say, well, I only want to take it if it pulls back to 284. Again, by clicking on the buy button and then dropping it there, it would take the trade on a pullback. But let's just take the trade immediately. I'll drop it right where the price is. Now it was right below it. There, okay, so I just took the trade, AGEN, okay? And notice it. So why did it take 357 shares? So if I take 292 minus the stop, 292 minus the stop price, multiply that by 357, I'm going to get approximately $100. I mean, it's within 4 cents. So you see how that worked? That's how it's share sized automatically. You don't have to figure anything out. I'm saying, okay, if I took this trade and I'm using that VWAP stop, and you see up above here, hard to see on this weekly chart, but up above here, is where I would get out of the trade if I just allowed it to happen on, 50 cents above where I got in. Now, at this point, if I don't, I can always take that stop now and I can start moving it up. Let's say I want to move it up right to there. That looks a little better to me. Right at the bottom of those 5-minute candles. Looks like that's a pretty good support area, such that if it broke through that, I should get out of the trade. So that's how you can move the stop up right on the chart. So now if I got stopped out, I would only lose $57 instead of the $99. And again, if I decided, let's say the trade really starts to work well, and it's approaching that, looks like 242, I could always move that exit up also. Okay, guys, so did everybody understand that? How you can use that? Now, everything I've just said is part of the standard service, okay? Using the buy button on the chart to trade, setting up your own little buying and shorting options that you want. Now, here's where you need our premium service. If you wanted to say auto trade an alert window that you create, or if you wanted to auto trade mine, then you need our premium service. And how that works is, of course, you have to have the strategies loaded, and then you would turn them on. I'll turn them on right now, see what happens. Okay, now I've just turned these strategies on. So that would have meant, again, it will take these trades automatically as they appear in your alert window. For that, you need our premium service. If you wanted to auto trade the AI, you need our premium service, plus you have to buy Brokerage Plus. It's a one-time licensing fee for $1,100 minus whatever discount we have going on. And it's a one-time fee. What I mean by a one-time fee is that if you decide that you want to unsubscribe from Trade Ideas for a while, for whatever reason, then you come back, Brokerage Plus is still waiting for you. So I just want to go over it one more time so people get a little confused. If you do not care about auto trading anything, then all you need is our standard service, Brokerage Plus. You can use a simulator, okay? You can use your interactive brokers account. You can trade, okay? If you do not care about auto trading anything. If you care about auto trading, your own strategies, then you need our premium service. And then if you do want to auto trade the AI, you need our premium service, plus you have to buy Brokerage Plus for $1,100. Okay, guys, just watching. I have no idea if I'm going to make any trades today right now. I'm just looking at this watch list here. Okay, so right now you can't do that. They're going to bring it up with development, okay, in terms of being able to set your account size in the simulator to whatever you want. Right now it is 100,000 default, okay? But you're right. I mean, it would make sense if you've only got a $15,000 account. Why would you want to use 100,000 in the simulator? It's not real world for you. So that does make sense. Somebody asked me about PDT. I thought I saw something flash on my screen about PDT or something. Oh, BK. Yeah, well, in the States, I'm not in Canada, so I'm not in Canada. I'm in Canada, so the PDT doesn't affect me. So as I understand it, though, for most of you in the U.S., you need $25,000 if you want to day trade. If you want to use margin, okay, you need $25,000, and then you can only make 3 trades a week. If you have less than $25,000, something like that. 3 days, 3 trades in 5 days. Okay. It seems like such an archaic rule, but I say we don't have that in Canada. I guess you could do that, Liam, but I guess you could do that. All right, guys. So what happened with Revolve here? Revolve 1119, 1119. Now this was again. This is one that was really on the long side wanting. Okay, because look what it did yesterday. And I was looking at all this, but it did take the trade. This is an auto trader. Okay, it did take the trade at 1119, and let's see how this works. Yeah, just remember. I mean, I see people are talking about different trading platforms that you might be able to get around the pattern day trading rule. They might have other problems you want, or you might have other problems that may get introduced. Okay, so just be aware of that. Be careful. Well, I am not in my account. Okay, this was taken in the simulator. I'm actually watching it though. I want to see if it takes out that 11. If it takes out 11, see, it doesn't have a ton of room. Understand that this one made the watch list because I was looking at it as a potential long play. Okay, filling in this void up here. Now it is triggered as a short because it is below yesterday's low, but you have to understand that it's on the watch list because I have a bias for it to be long. So I'm not that enthused about it. Does that make sense? This one I'm more interested in, but it's not breaking down. I'm going to stick an alert for PS underneath around 1312 or so. So this one was okay. I mean, again, with our data problems, I mean, there was the alert at 1405. It got up to 1450. What I would say was not, remember what I was saying, this is before we had our data issues, I was saying this would really be a chase because look what it did already. So that would have been a chase. I mean, I guess, look, it hit 395. It did get up to 419, but that would have been a dicey one. All right, guys. Well, I'll be taking my break pretty soon, about 10 minutes from now. Starting to get more and more earnings plays, guys. Here's another earnings play. Simmons, another little, I don't know how little, but it's a regional bank. Doesn't trade very much, 157,000 shares. Just checking some of the earnings plays. We're going to get a lot of earnings plays starting next week. Just to give you an idea, I believe there are about 500 companies releasing this week. And I think next week will probably be over 1,000. Trade menu controls seem to be grayed out when right-clicking on a chart for Brokerage Plus. Right-clicking on a chart for Brokerage Plus. I'm trying to figure out what you mean by that. Not sure I understand what you mean. Right. Have you connected to simulated trading? Not sure that matters, but let's see if it does matter. Probably matters. Did that work? You know, I took this as a practice trade, but now the only issue with it, the 200-day moving average, I'm sure you're aware of this, Fred. I'm looking at your 200-day moving average is at 308. You only get the option to connect to your actual, okay, you must be on a very early version of Trade Ideas then, okay? I suggest you download the latest beta. Okay, if you go to subscriptions, okay, click on subscriptions and download TI Pro or Beta. Then you'll be brought to this page here and scroll down until you see the beta. Just out of curiosity, if you click on Help and About, what version do you have? Okay, just tell me what version you have. I'm sure that's the reason. I hope that's the reason anyway. Four point two point six one. Hmm. Is that right? Or is that 1.6? Because we don't have, I mean, I'm at the latest version and there's no 4.2.61. This is a development version I'm on. And I don't understand what you mean by the times D. I'll guarantee that if you download that version, from here, that you'll have the simulator. Okay, so you'll have to download this version. Right there, download TI Pro or Beta and go to the beta, okay? You could, Richie. I'm not going to, but you could. So sometimes I don't mind. I mean, I want to see, I don't mind getting the alert, even though my bias was long, say for the RVLV. But who knows? Maybe underneath there's a lot of room and maybe it's really accelerating down. And so that's why I don't mind seeing it, if that makes sense. I think it's good to see it. I mean, this could have had more room underneath. I mean, I'm looking right there and I'm seeing, probably, that 1070 area could stall it anyway. But imagine if this weren't here, this could have a free fall underneath. Sometimes on my watch list, I will see stocks that could literally go both ways. They have a big gap on top and a big gap underneath. So that's why I don't mind seeing it. Yeah, if you're asking me, Keith, I don't, I just can't say stuff like that. I mean, if this is what I see, that if PS on the way up maybe took out that 1334, a couple of candles right there, it might have a shot to get back up here if you're looking to go long. But that's not a recommendation to buy. Okay, that's just what I see. All right, guys, I am going to be taking my break soon, so I want to put the announcement in here. Kind of a weird day. I have to get kind of my head into the trading aspect of it. And let's see who's on today. Okay, Michael, I don't know if you can hear me, but I see that you're on today. Okay, let's try this, Michael. So if you, are you ready to go now? Let's see if this works. Okay, I'll turn it off. Okay, I will turn it off. So you're up. Okay, so I'll turn it off and let's see if it was as seamless as we think it should be. So I'm going to stop the streaming right now. Okay?
sun was setting in the west. The birds were singing on every tree. All nature seemed inclined for a rest, but still there was no rest for me. Farewell, Nova Scotia, that sea-bound coast, your mountains dark and dreary be. Oh, when I am far away on the briny ocean tossed, will you ever heave a sigh and wish for me? I grieve to leave my native land. I grieve to leave my comrades all, and my aged parents whom I always held so dear, the bonny, bonny lass that I do adore. Farewell, Nova Scotia, that sea-bound coast, that your mountains dark and dreary be. Oh, when I am far away on the briny ocean tossed, will you ever heave a sigh and wish for me? The drums do beat, the wars do alarm. Our captain calls, we must obey. So farewell, farewell to Nova Scotia's charm. As it's early in the morning, I am far, far away. Farewell, Nova Scotia, that sea-bound coast, that your mountains dark and dreary be. Oh, when I am far away on the briny ocean tossed, will you ever heave a sigh and wish for me? I have 3 brothers and they are at rest. Their arms are full and on their breast. Yet a poor simple sailor just like me should be tossed and driven on the dark blue sea. Farewell, Nova Scotia, that sea-bound coast, that your mountains dark and dreary be. Oh, when I am far away on the briny ocean tossed, will you ever heave a sigh and wish for me? Farewell, Nova Scotia, that sea-bound coast, that your mountains dark and dreary be. Oh, when I am far away on the briny ocean tossed, will you ever heave a sigh and wish for me?
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me get set up here. So that was Farewell to Nova Scotia. So if you guys don't know, I am actually from Nova Scotia. And if you've been following the news at all, we had a bit of a sad incident here. So I've been listening to kind of all the Eastern classic, I guess, pub music. But if you guys are new here, basically what we do each day is we offer an hour to just hang out, give Barry a little break, a well-deserved break, and we just do support. So if you have any questions at all when it comes to trade ideas or trading or myself or anything, now's 100% your guys' time to ask. So feel free to just to plug away when it comes to any questions, big or small. Again, we love it when you guys ask questions when we're on here. It gives us something to do. Everyone you hear on this afternoon webinar, just like Barry, is someone who trades live with their own money as part of a way that they make a living. So, we're all pretty busy in the morning, and especially this morning, we had a little data outage for a bit. Our data provider kind of hiccuped. I think it may have been the whole oil going negative seemed to screw up a lot of data platforms, because who would ever expect oil would go negative kind of thing. But we're all recovered from that now and we're back. But it basically just means that there's really not too much prepared on these on these things. So we're just here to answer questions. In the meantime, I just blab about kind of whatever comes to mind. So if you would like any questions at all, please chat box to your right or down below. You can ask here. So what you're looking at is my screen. This is a test screen for those who don't know. My kind of primary role with Trade Ideas is to be an algo nerd. So what I do is I focus on, for my own trading, and this is how Trade Ideas found me, is I focus on the statistical side of trading. I do a lot of charting and fundamentals. I am hopefully in December, if everything's back open, I'm going to be taking level 3 of my CMT. So I'll be a chartered market technician then, if knock on wood I pass. So I do focus a lot on the technical side of the markets, but kind of my, I guess, shtick, for lack of a better word, is that I do trade on the statistical side of things. That's where I focus. So I build and I refine and change some things when it comes to Holly and the AI. Cool, custom channel bar question. So I'll get to that in 1 second. But yeah, so I build a lot of the strategies that you see within Holly. I help refine them. You know, I get sent on conferences and everything to study new trading styles and strategies when it comes to the statistical side of the market and what everyone else is doing for algorithms and things like that. So that's my focus. And on top of that, right, I do all of the normal things of looking at charts and news and order flow and all of that. So the first question, and again, thank you guys for questions, is like to know that night scan on your channel bar tab. How do I get one? So what we can actually do is we can build our own channels within Trade Ideas, which is something I actually just started playing with maybe 2 weeks ago and absolutely love it. So how my just computer setup is, I've got a 15-inch MacBook Pro that I'm running Parallels on. So this is a virtualized Windows environment. So sometimes I have it plugged into this giant ultra-wide monitor, they call it. It's like, you know, a couple monitors taped together basically with nothing in the middle. And then, you know, sometimes I'm sitting on the couch on the iPad and or outside or something like that. So what we can do is we can build channels based off A, what we're doing, and B, what we are focused on. So what you're seeing for the night scan, if I click on that, it will bring up everything that I'm running currently in this scanning environment. And you can change this as it goes. So let me show you how to do the custom channels, and you can put in whatever you want. I don't think these actually have... yeah, some of these actually do have custom formulas, so they can't share these exact setups. But what you can do is you can right click. Well, first, step one, set up the layout as you like. Whatever it is you want to look at. Right now I'm looking at Sage. I'm actually in Sage as a swing trade, right above this bar here. You know, you just put in whatever you want. This A table is essentially just looking for stocks with really high short floats that have really high scores, we call it. And the score is essentially a algorithm that I built with Andy and Steve and some of our tech guys. And basically what it does, it takes fundamental analysis, statistical analysis, looking at stock twits and all of this, and it comes up with like a generalized ranking. So you know, a 90% means that pretty much it's firing on all cylinders, that fundamentally it's good, technically it's good, that type of thing. Michael kindly asked for a thumbs up in the stream. I'm glad you remind us of that. Yes, if you guys like this, give it a thumbs up, share it around, helps the algo. It kind of saddens me sometimes when I see people out there with thousands of viewers that are just showing a screen of something and not really teaching. And again, we are here to teach you whatever it is you guys want to learn. So anyway, put together the scan, set it up as you like it, and then save it to the cloud. So file, and then save to cloud, and click entire layout, which is right here. Let me actually grab my Epic pen. here so I can highlight things better. And as soon as you have the entire layout up there and saved to the cloud, just by clicking entire layout, name it something in here. I think that's important because your cloud can kind of get full, and if you don't name things correctly, it can get problematic. So once you have everything set up there the way that you want, then all you do is you open up your channel bar, which you can see I have as like a permanent fixture on the far left there. And you click this little tiny gear that's right up top here, just right there. And when you click on that gear, you'll get a couple options. The only one that really matters on this one is edit channels. And here are my 3 channels. So I have what I call docked trade, and that's when I've got my MacBook plugged into the giant monitor. It stretches out the length of the monitor, this Windows 10 version does, and I've got basically kind of what you see in my trading one, but with just more charts because I've got more room and more scans and that type of thing. I've got MacBook Trade, which is what you're seeing right now, which essentially is the size of my MacBook screen. It's just better for streaming and showing you guys because it's not super stretched. And then Night Scan, which is what we're looking at right now, and I do most of my scanning out of here, out of this office on the couch or on the back deck or something like that. So if you wanted to add a new one, you'd just click Add Channel. There's a bunch of pre-made pictures here. You can do whatever you want when it comes to the pre-made. You can actually add in your own. You can upload an image file from your computer if you want it to, just customize it to your liking. You can have up to 5 channels, and it makes sense to use them a lot to kind of switch between. Then you can type in here what you want the text to be at the bottom. So if I type in test and I hit write name, you'll see that it pops test. This is what it looks like when you're not using the channel, like this one is now. And this is what it looks like when you're using the channel, like this one is here. So, and then down here, you'll click select from cloud and you'll grab it. So I have Night Scan right here. If I click select, it fills in this bar here with my cloud link, and I'll click OK. And you'll see it popped up there as test. And as soon as I hit apply, you can see I have a new channel here. So the cool thing about it is if I hover my mouse in this area and I scroll down, I can actually go through these other channels, and this remains always on top. So if I want to quickly go to my trade, I do that. What I also do is to make sure that my Brokerage Plus, right now it's only connected to the paper account because I'm just showing this off to you guys, and these are some algos that I'm testing along with trading Holly. I'm testing these algos to be added to Holly in the future. Right now this is the big one. Take a look at this. And then I actually go up to my Brokerage Plus, and under Windows, I clicked pinned. And what pinned mean is that as I switch around different layouts, you can see that my Brokerage Plus window remains right there as it is. So what I've done is I've basically built my layouts around this Brokerage Plus window. You see that I put all my charts over here, and then I put all my scans in here. So for example, if I'm clicking through, ZM, and I'm like, oh, I think ZM's interesting. If it gets back above 155, it would be kind of a completion of this bull flag, and then maybe it makes a run at high and goes higher. I know that I have my Brokerage Plus will just pop up right here and not obstruct the chart. So I can grab this, and I can just put a click right here and say, okay, buy ZM if it gets over that price. And away we go. I hope that answered your question. If not, certainly let me know. I know that was probably longer than you wanted as an explanation, but just in case, I always assume that if there's somebody who asks a question, maybe there's a couple other who are kind of experiencing the same type of question. So I feel like I should at least address oil after that insanity of yesterday. Oh, and new lows today. It's a wild one. You gotta think that oil isn't going to zero right now, So thank you, second question. And again, thank you guys for questions. Just thank you. Because again, we have nothing prepared when we do these. Why am I using the downloaded version and Parallels and not the web version? The main reason is Brokerage Plus. So I do a lot of auto trading myself. I don't enter orders really myself ever. I scan the market. I try to find what stocks I think will be interesting. I plug them into Brokerage Plus to have them trade it. Again, this isn't my live account. We can go over. I've got a couple. Basically, I do all of my trading on cloud computers, Amazon workspaces where they exist up in the cloud, so that I can connect to them from an iPad on the hammock or wherever. I just like that flexibility. However, if you're just using Trade Ideas as a scanning and alerting tool, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the web version for that. The fact is that there is no auto trading in the web version yet. It's definitely something we're looking at, but it's not going to be a quick fix when it comes to building that out, because it's kind of an entire infrastructure change. Sorry, 1 second. There's people in our support that I'm just asking. They can just send over here if they've got questions. So that's the main reason. The web version is fine. The web version, when it comes to scanning and everything, the beauty of it is that if I go, and let me just show you this, for example. So the screen will go black for just one moment with what I'm going to do. We're working on adding the custom channel bar to Trade Ideas, but it's not quite there yet. Can someone confirm that you guys hear me? I lost you for a quick second. Sorry. The application that I use to stream just decided to crash on me here. So let me know if that works. And if you can hear me, that'd be great. I'm just putting this web version in here. Loud and clear. Thanks. Sorry for that, guys. We use OBS, which is Open Broadcast something, and it just clunked out on me there. No, this is the web version. And it's great for scanning. And then what I wanted to show you guys is that if I actually go this layout that I just showed you, if I open up Night Scan this way, you'll see that everything is just like it was on the downloaded version, right? Everything's right here where it left off. I can continue to scan, and I do this pretty frequently because, again, I'm a Mac nerd. I do most of my work actually from an iPad. Steve will contest to that. When I come down to San Diego to do things, I just bring this thing with me, and I can do pretty much everything I can do from everywhere else. I just like the interface and battery life and tech nerd stuff. But you can see that everything's kind of working here the way it was in the other one. You can just switch back and forth. So I got another question from Brent. And again, thank you for questions. We definitely do appreciate it. Little confused regarding the Brokerage Plus. My understanding is that you need $1,100 in order to auto trade if you have an Interactive Brokers account. So the way this is set up, and let's go back to here, and I just need to refresh connection to log me back into here and out of the web. So we have 3 different price tiers, and I'll explain to you the difference and what you'll need. So for any kind of trading, currently you need interactive brokers. Fairly soon, we're going to try to implement new brokers to that, as quickly as we can, but we want to make sure everything's tested and makes sense first, and then we'll go from there. So right now that's the case. E-Trade is next on the docket in case you're interested in kind of what's happening next. But to trade, you need interactive brokers right now. You can paper trade without interactive brokers in our own sim that we have. This is going to keep trying to kick me off because the website's in the background. One moment. Just close this. There we go. So if you want to trade live, you need interactive brokers. Now you can trade through interactive brokers with any of our services. So if you have the standard service, what you'll be able to do is a few different kinds of trading. One is, for example, we're watching USO, I'm on the sim. If I just wanted to buy 100 shares of USO, I can do that. And that you can do with your standard account. Just a simple manually type of trade. You can do that. I can say, okay, I want to now put a stop loss in on this. So I'm going to right click and I'll add a stop order under, let's say 240. Right. I just want to do that. Everything I'm doing right now, you can do with the standard subscription, right? So there we are. We've made our trade. We put out our stop loss. We can drag the stop around on the chart. We can do things like that. Fine. Now, let's find something that's, what am I long? I'm long eBay here from this algorithm. Let's just do it with Apple. Now, another thing we can do with the standard sub is we can set up what we call right-click order entries, where you can right-click on the chart and you can set up all these trading scripts, for lack of the better term. So this one that I just called old school 15s is a pattern that I've used as kind of a bottom fishing type pattern for ages. And I want to right click on this and click buy and have it put the stop at the bottom. You can see how it instantly bought. It put the stop at the bottom and it did the math for me so that the risk would be about $50. That's something that I've built in myself, and you can do that with the standard version as well. You can have it automatically calculate your size for you, put out your stop, your profit target. It will sell in, I believe, 2 hours unless I overwrite it. Again, all of that done with the standard sub. Same with these buy sell. I want you to put the stop at the lows here and have to do that from there. I can do all of that again with the standard version. So that's everything with the standard version. So then if you want it to for example, auto trade. So I have this algorithm that I'm testing. Let me run the odds. Oh no, I think this one's already done. So show odds maker results. So you can, within Trade Ideas, backtest strategies. For example, this is a strategy that I've built and that I'm testing and may make its way over to Holly. And essentially what it is saying, I'm looking to buy a stock that's basically been down on the day, and then it looks for a bounce. It's a revision to the mean trade. And Trade Ideas can say, okay, well, if you took every single entry of this and held it for its 2 hours with the stop at the low of the day and all of these scenarios, this is your equity curve. This is what would have happened over the last 3 months to your equity. So you can get into Trade Ideas and you can backtest. And again, this is where I'm a huge fan of. This is where I play and love. And you get this scenario. And if you say, great, I want you to do that. I want you to just trade that for me. You can plug it into the system and have that traded. So that's what the premium upgrade gets for you. As well with the premium upgrade, and something that I do a fair amount, is I scan, like I showed you with the night scan. After the market closes, when everything calms down, I'm no longer helping out with support and all these things with Trade Ideas, I go through and I scan these lists. And I'll say, for example, I'm really interested in, let's find something that that kind of looked interesting. I'm kind of interested in BNTX, and I'd be interested if it breaks tomorrow's high. I can put that into a symbol list and have the system trade that for me. So I can build a trading plan the night before and say, listen, if it doesn't gap up, and don't trigger in the first 15 minutes, but if it breaks tomorrow's high, I want you to buy it and put a stop maybe at 1 ATR or average true range away, and then I want you to sell it 3 days from now. That whole kind of trading plan I can build into Trade Ideas and have done for me. Again, all of that is with the premium. Now, for the $1,100 thing that you were referencing before, what that gives you is the ability to auto trade our AI. I think it's only 2.0 that actually has made trades today because of our little data glitch our provider had this morning. Right, so you can see that Holly here has made a couple trades. So it shorted DEI here, it shorted FLIR, and it shorted PWR. And then it's got a long trade here in eBay that we can see that I'm in here. Now, if you want this trade it for you, you want it the AI trade it for you, that is what that $1,100 add-on gets you, is the ability to auto trade the AI. And now you can do that in a couple ways. You can follow the AI exactly if you want. You can basically follow the AI in a way that you let it grab the entries for you and you manage the exits. To be honest, this is the way I recommend. I think that human beings are a little better still at the context of things. Like, we're long eBay here. So essentially what I would do, being long eBay, is I would just keep an eye on the SPY or maybe even more relevantly, the Qs. And I would say, I'm going to watch this and I'm going to use this as a proxy for my eBay trade. And maybe if it looks like the Qs are going to roll back over, which to be honest kind of looks like it does, I would exit my eBay position. You can do that. And again, all of that is that $1,100 add-on. So I hope that very long rambling explanation kind of explains to you the difference between the different tiers that we have. But again, they can all use Brokerage Plus. They can all use the simulator. However, to actually trade, you will need an interactive broker's account and a data plan with them. And then we get a lot of questions about why you would need a data plan with them. And the main reason is for kind of what happened this morning. Our data provider dropped the ball a little bit and things got a bit delayed, but anybody, including myself, who was auto trading with Brokerage Plus didn't have any problems because we send our orders directly over to IB. As soon as they get triggered on our end, we send it to them and they manage them. So that means that you basically have a hedge against any sort of data problems. If we have a data problem, we're using some of IB's data. If IB has a data problem, you could look to see where the stock is on our side. So that kind of helps that out a fair amount. So I hope that answers that question, and thank you for questions. Don't say, people come in and they'll apologize. I'm sorry, just one more question. It's like, no, this is great. We like it. It makes our life easier. So let's go back and see what the market's doing. Oh, my USO I'm still down on. That means it's lower than when we took that fake trade. Yeah, I gotta think that there's a buying opportunity here somewhere for oil. It's derivatives with oil right now obviously scare me for the reasons that we kind of mentioned with everything going negative. There's got to be with the ETF though. But I always wonder, because I think USO just holds a bunch of derivatives. So I wonder if that's even going to be a thing that kind of helps out. All right, another question. Thank you. My next question, if you have time, we have time. I'm here for another half hour. So people who don't want to hear my voice, just put it on mute, come back in a half hour. Anyone with questions, we got a whole half hour to go. When I attempt to link with AIB, I cannot find any documentation. There is this video series that I put together here. Let me give this to you. That basically kind of walks you through step by step the setup and the use. The main thing you have to do, which is a bit tedious, is you have to set up IB's side well. I can actually walk you through some of this. Do I have a paper account? Hold on, I'm going to disconnect. I'm just looking at another version I have right now real quick. And I'm just going to sign off my live account and sign on to my paper account, just, account numbers and things like that. The screen will go black for just 1 second here. Well, properties and jump. Great. Okay. Oh, that's big. I'm sorry. Hold on. Shrink that, move that up and over. So this is part of one of the VPSs that I told you guys I use, which is just virtual private server, I think it means. And this is just where I do some of my trading. So again, it's hosted on the cloud, and just in case, something happens, in case there's internet outage or a power outage or something, I like to have them hosted there. And also, again, I've got my iPad going. I'm actually connected here on my iPad. I've got a mouse and all that plugged in, and I can do that from here. So if we go down to Interactive Brokers, the first kind of major thing you have to set up is, where is it? They've got a little cog wheel somewhere. Yeah, right here, right next to where it says, I don't think you guys can see my mouse. Let me get my pen going on this too. This Epic Pen is a really good free Windows app for this stuff. Right here, there's a cog, and that's their settings right there. So we click on the cog, it opens up this setting here. So you can see this is a simulated trading account. There'll be some things that are a little bit different for the live trading account. The main things we want to focus on are under this API setting. So we want to set a couple things here. One of them is the socket port right there. That's going to be 7497 if you're trading in paper mode, and 7496, I believe, if you're trading in live mode. This is basically what a socket port is for a layman who may be even more than a layman than me. I don't really understand too much myself, but it's telling it where to connect, right? In which port, I guess, to kind of plug into. Other than that, there's really not too much to change that I can see here. But that is first. You've got to get that all kind of set up and ready to go. Now, precautions. This is is IB going to yell at you for placing orders through a API? So I tick all of these boxes. I would just get that connected there as well. There's some things in general that you may have to look. Again, all of this is explained very slowly in that video series, but I just figured maybe you can do it with me here live, and then if you've got a problem, you can certainly let me know. But I think that's about it. Time zone here, this bug may have been fixed, but there was an issue where IB was reporting weird times to us. So make sure that this time zone, IB's time zone, IB's time zone, your local computer's time zone, and Trade Ideas time zone are all the same. If there's conflicts, it will sometimes think, okay, you basically tell the system, I want you to close at 4, but it doesn't know which 4 o'clock. Is it the computer's 4 o'clock, or Trade Ideas 4 o'clock, or IB's 4 o'clock? It just makes everything easier if you sync all of those up. You can see mine is Halifax time, which I'm 1 hour out from Eastern. And then I think that's the most of it. So you can get out of there, and then in theory, you can get out of there. Oh, and I connected this. Let me disconnect this. So you will go then up to Brokerage Plus and click Connect and click Interactive Brokers. The client ID, just ignore. It's for more complex systems. Wouldn't worry about it. If you're connecting to live, you would just click that you're connecting live now. Just hit the live button. If not, you can, because I'm signed into the paper side, I would click paper and then connect. And there we go. So you are now connected to Interactive Brokers. Geez, oil. Man, oh man, oh man. So that's about it, right? You're done, you're connected. You can go and take a look at your accounts. They may come through. Yeah, you can see the Interactive Brokers account, that simulated paper trading account right there. It's got 496,000. The simulated trader for us, 99,000. You can see all that. You can right click and make an account default if you have multiple accounts. If not, you don't need to worry about it. But if that worked, and let me know if it did, that should be all you need there for a connection. So I hope that worked. Let's go back here. I got another question. I ran Holly and paper today and it profited about $140. How can I predict profit based off my real broker account? You can never predict profits, I think would be the big case with that. Now, you would have to take what you're going to be paying per share and commission and add that in. But other than that, our simulator is pretty close to the real world. A simulator will never be exactly close to the real world. It's impossible, but fairly close. So what you should do is just basically the biggest thing is going to be commission. So what did you pay in commission, if anything, on the sim, and then what will you pay in real life with your Interactive Brokers account? And that can be different for different people depending on their region or how often they trade or what plan they've chosen and things like this, but just kind of add that in. And then obviously keep in mind that this is 1 day's worth of trading. So ideally we want you to test things for a while. Again, we believe here at Trade Ideas that the best way to trade, the best traders that we all know use some sort of melding of man and machine. There's very few, but there are some people who are fully automated all the time traders. So it certainly can happen. But we kind of think that this combo of man and machine is the best way to do it. So, and take notes too. When you're doing this kind of man and machine trading, you said you profited about 140. It's great. It's a great day's worth of work for sure. And then just kind of check against it and say, okay, well, is there something I could have done better? Could have I held a stock a little longer? Is there something I could have done? Because, you always want to, make sure that you're comparing your results versus the point and click. Because your goal should never be to make what Holly makes. Your goal should be to make way more than Holly makes. It's a good goal. All right, Brent, great. I'm glad that worked for you. Again, that video series, it goes through simulated trading, and it goes through how to auto trade Holly and what settings you can customize there, and all of it. There's about 7 videos, but they're all, I think, under 5-minute videos, just to keep them short and poignant. ALK just popped up on another. Yeah, ALK here weekly does not look Alaskan Air. Oh, it's an airline. Doesn't look good though. If we take a look, we can see we've got this descending wedge here, you could call it. Oh, get out of here. I don't want to buy you. An ascending triangle, which I trade triangles completely opposite from most of the world, and I find pretty good success with them. I read a couple academic studies that shows that the traditional way to trade triangles has a very low win rate compared to basically the break of the horizontal line on the triangle yields less results statistically over time than the ascending part of the line here. And same with descending triangles. So basically, I try to trade them more like this. I just find it works better for my style. So Phil asks, I noticed paper account has a balance of 100,000. Would I need that same balance to get the same results? Shouldn't. Again, it depends on how big you decided to trade Holly. So for example, if we take a look here, most of the positions Holly created had a value about 3K, right? And that's good. These are really good things to track, Phil, and it's great. We see a lot of people coming in and they hear auto trading and they think they don't have to do any work. But these tracking and tweaking and these questions that you're asking are really, really good. They kind of show me anyway that you're probably on to the right track. So yeah, so that's what you did is exactly what you should do. In which you should track roughly how much would be taken of each trade. So these numbers that we show from Holly are assuming $100 risk per trade. However, it's important to note that we have no idea how many trades Holly could take. Holly could, in theory, take none or a whole bunch, depending on what she sees in the market conditions. So there's really no way to say how big of an account you would need because it's going to be different on a day-to-day basis. Now, what I would do is I would track maybe an average and just understand that if you ever go over your buying power, your broker doesn't get mad at you. They just automatically decline the orders. But for example, here, there was 4 trades. Say you were in 4 trades at the same time. You said each trade had a value of about 3K. So, right, you're talking 12 grand would have been your total kind of outlay at that time. So, if you say, okay, well, what if it was 5 times that? Would I have enough account value? Should I shrink it? Should I change it in any way? And then adjust those for yourself. But again, remember, if you have, say, a 25K account and you fill that up with buying power and then you try to make another trade for another few K, all you're doing is the broker will just say no. And they'll just reject the order. And then, of course, the way luck works, that the first rejected order, that's going to be the best trade of the day. That's trading. So we got another question. I'm trying to create a filter that will show the top of the daily, how much of the top or bottom hits a new high or low for that day. I'm trying to create a filter that will show on the daily candle how much percentage it's off the top or bottom before it hits a new. Are you saying that you're trying to look at how much it has to go before it hits tomorrow's high? I'm just trying to understand your question there. Or how much from the current high? Like, where is it in relation to the current high? Because we have that as a dollar. I don't want docked. I'm not docked right now. No, today's high and low. So the difference between the current price and today's high and low. So yeah, we have that as a dollar figure, but not a percentage right now. However, you can build in custom filters. So you could take, and I'm going to just send you a video that will teach you about where to grab the custom filters from. Oh, today's short custom video. We're going to copy that. And then just put that there. Because essentially what you can do is we have this filter that we call above low or below high, depending on what you want. Now this does the same thing I think that you're looking for, but it does it in dollar terms instead of percentage. But the video I showed you basically, or sent you, shows, because it already went below today's high and low. Yeah, so for example, if you put below high and say I want it at 10 cents below the high of the day, then you know that it's not hitting a new high at the moment it's alerting you. The other thing you can do, and let me give you a quick explanation of this and see if this might be what you're after here. So we have a filter called position and range. You'll have to bear with me for just 1 second. I do see your question, Phil, just one moment here. And position and range, I think, will be exactly what you're after here. So just bear with me 1 second. So say this is a horribly drawn candlestick pattern. What Trade Ideas does in these position and range, and we have today, yesterday, 5-day, 10-day, 20-day, 3-month, 6-month, a year, I believe. But what it does is, regardless of which one you pick, it takes this candle and it turns it into a percentage value. So the high of the day, now we're looking at the day, but it would be the same if it was the month or the year. The high of this we would call 100%. Right? And then the low of the day we would call 0%. Right? So then smack dab in the middle would be 50. And it's regardless of the candle size, it's regardless of, how dollar amount or percentage amount. But what we do is we kind of transpose that. So if, for example, you wanted stocks that are making new highs, but maybe a little bit below today's high or a little bit below yesterday's high, but they're making like a new 15-minute high or something, you could put here in the position and range, you could say, I want a maximum of 80% and I want a minimum of 70%. And then basically what you're saying is I only want stocks that are very near today's high, but not quite at today's high. It's still a little bit under today's high. You could do 90% or 99, play with that. But I think if I'm seeing your question right, this position and range filter that's built in may be exactly what you want. Because, for example, I have a breakout strategy for a swing trading thing where essentially I want the stock making a new high on the day, but I still want it to be below its 20-day high because I want to be alerted before it breaks that 20-day high. So for that, I go to position and range, and I'll say position in 20-day range, and I'll just say I want a new high on the day, but I want this to be like 80% maximum. And basically what I'm telling the system is just keep that under the maximum, right? I don't want it if it's already breaking out of a new 20-day high or gapped up or anything like that. So again, I think that's the best thing for you. But let me know if I'm just way off base. Feel free to ask. So Phil asks, how does Holly decide how many shares to buy? Is there settings? Yep, there are settings. So if we go into Holly here within Brokerage Plus and we right click and let's just click, it's a very way to not have to finick with, I want it 1% below the high. Well, what if the stock only moved 0.5% that day? It's just a very elegant solution for that. But here we are into the edit of Holly trading instructions. So this is what you can change. So, the first one is the account, right? You can change from, right now I'm only connected to the simulated account, but say I had a this is the example that I use because this is how I do trade. Is I have a retirement account, I have an account that I trade with some of the other guys at Trade Ideas, and I've got my own personal day trading account. I've got a bunch of different accounts, so you can specify where you want the trade to go, which account, what trading mode. So there's 2 modes. I'll explain them quickly. Conservative modes means you take Holly's trailing stop. So, Holly, for example, on, what are we on? What closed already? So DEI, right? You can see Holly shorted DEI here, and then Holly closed it here because it was like, I think it's coming back to my entry. Let me get out. That's conservative mode. Moderate mode says, I'm going to take the trade and I'm going to hold it until the end of the day, unless the stop gets hit. And that's it. So moderate mode is the best one for when people are trying to trade themselves, when they want their own trading, they want to exit themselves. They want to use like a moving average or a bar by bar, whatever their method is to exit trades. Maybe they want to sell in parts. Moderate mode is great for that because it's basically saying buy here, hold at the end of the day, let it go. Because you can see with, I think it was Fleur. Was it Fleur? No, must have been PWR. Yeah, you can see PWR, Holly bought back here. But as Steve will tell you, this is the 13 EMA. It's probably the same as the 10-day moving average. Steve would tell you if the moving average is pointing down and the stock is kind of well below the moving average, maybe sell parts, but hold on to some, right? Find when you want to sell the stock. What we notice is that people that are doing that and doing that well are the ones that are having the best success with Holly. So that's moderate mode. So you get to change that. Michael wanted to trade $50 a share, or wanted to lose at max $50 a share. So we take, what I say it was 50 shares, right? There's your trade. So it does that math to adjust the size based off how much you're willing to risk on any given trade that Holly puts in. Now you can also do it based off of just, I want to take 100 shares per trade. Fine. Or for some people like to do is they've got maybe smaller accounts and they say, I want to trade maybe $2,000 worth of any given stock. My recommendation, based off stop loss, 100%, because then right? You're risking $50 on any given trade. If you can ever it makes, doing the calculations simpler, and it also smooths out returns because right? You're going to lose 50, lose 50, lose 50. Maybe you get a blowout winner that makes 300-400, great, and then you're going to lose 50, right? So it makes it easier for the brain to kind of comprehend. And then the rest of this is how you would like to enter orders. So how aggressive you want to be. Limit order type, please leave it limit. Don't use markets. They're very, very dangerous, especially in the HFT environment. Limit offset is basically how aggressive you want your order to be. So the more negative this number is, the more aggressive you want your order, both long and short, and kind of how, right, how much slippage you're going to go. Okay, so I have -10 here. That means if this is a short trade, say the stock's trading at $10, and Holly says, okay, short this stock, it's going to send out a limit order for $9.90, and it will either get me filled at $9.90 or better, or not at all. That's what I pushed out here. When if this is a long strategy, my -10 is going to mean $10.10, right? So it will pay up 10 cents more. It will get me that 10 cents more, or that's it. And then time and force, which I see your question there, and I'll answer in just 1 second. Yours will look a little bit different. It will just say seconds after. This is how long you want the order to remain out. So say you tried to short PWR here, but you missed it, right? It shot down and said, you missed the trade. Well, you wouldn't want to leave that order out there forever. Maybe you want to leave it out for 5 minutes. And then at the end of 5 minutes, you just want to say, okay, I missed that trade. Let me cancel the order so I don't get triggered. at the end of the day or the next day or something crazy like that. So this will automatically cancel that order if it didn't get filled in a certain period of time. So someone picked up that we are in a beta, that this I'm using, of course, for my live trading. I use the same version you guys use for this. I use a paper or a dev version so I can test things. And essentially, this is one of the new features where you can have good for days and good till cancel. When are you going to get this new version? I would say I've been testing it. And I have not noticed any bugs at all. And I've actually noticed it fixed a bunch of bugs with the simulator. So I would say fairly soon. I'm not the be all end all for that. I'm not the decider here. So I would say in the next week or so. And basically the main addition here, this is just breaks it out so you don't have to do math of how many seconds is 5 minutes and things like that. But the good to cancel orders are great, and we primarily put in the good to cancel orders for people who are using, this was kind of the first thing that I brought up to them when they put in these chart order buttons, right? You'd say, I want to short this if it breaks down here. And you can put out that order and it's done, it's taken care of for you. The problem was in the version you guys have, we only have it so that you can hold it out, I believe, 1,000 seconds at a time or whatever IB's maximum was. But now you can say, I want it be good to cancel. So if you wanted to set your orders and let them go for a week, which anyone who follows my YouTube, which I always shamelessly plug, so I'm definitely going to do today here, you know that I do a lot of do all the work the night before, then let the system handle it for you. Again, it's the way I deal with my own personal trading demons of, I overtrade, I look for things to do. I boredom trade is probably the best way to put it. So that was a very long explanation of how Holly decides how many shares to buy. But again, it's essentially, it knows where your trigger is, it knows where your stop loss is going to be, and it estimates the amount of shares to buy so that you lose the same dollar figure on every trade, which is just the best way to trade. And just from someone who's been doing this 12 years, just trust me on that. You want to make sure your losses are, they always use my mentor always used the whole boiling the frog alive thing, which is gross, I know, but that a loss should never burn you. It should never shock you and go, oh God, what happened there? It should be, oh, I lost $50. I expected to lose $50. Or, oh, I lost $100. I expected to lose $100. And every trade you get into, or you have the system get you into, you expect to lose that money. And as soon as you kind of let go of that right off the bat, you're a better trader for it, because you say, okay, thankfully I didn't lose money, so now let me manage what I have. Like this MNRA, all of these are risking $50, right? It made $220 on it. I go, that's great. And then in my head, I can say that's 4 times R. If I'm right 25% of the time I make this trade and I can do that, that's a good trade. And that's how real traders, it's kind of like if you go to the gym, the guy who doesn't spend any time in the gym asks you what you curl, whereas the guy who's really spends a lot of time in the gym will ask you your deadlift or your squat or something like that. It's the same as if a trader goes, I made $1,000. Other traders go, okay, what'd you risk? Right? That's the difference between a new trader and an experienced one, right? If a trader comes to me and says, I made 10R, I'll go, that's a awesome trade, man. Good job. Because I know he made 10 times what he was risking. So if you make your risk on every single trade a very constant number, then it makes it very easy to figure out if you're doing good or if you're just taking wild risks and kind of being lucky. All right. And are there any more questions? We are getting fairly close to, I just actually saw someone I follow on Twitter is posting TD here as a short, and I kind of wholeheartedly agree that if we break under here, we could short this. Let me just do something here real quick. and this is Toronto Dominion Bank, and here's a Canadian shorting Toronto Dominion Bank. That's capitalism for you right there. So I hope I got to everyone's questions. If I didn't, I apologize, but I will be sending you back to Barry, who I'm sure will answer some of his questions. I'm going to try just turning off the stream, and we think we've got it figured out that Barry's on the other side. To test. So when Barry has a stream on, I'll turn mine on, and hopefully it'll be seamless switch for you guys. And again, let us know. Someone mentioned earlier, leave likes on the stream. Share it around, tweet it out. The algorithm likes it when people do this. And again, we think we're offering some good quality content here for free on YouTube for traders. So please share it about. That would be greatly appreciated. And that is it for me. I'm going to plug one more thing, Barry. I know you're waiting for me to get out of here, but I am on Wealth 365. So let me 365 schedule. I'm doing this tomorrow at 2:00. I'll post it in the room after this, so just pay attention in the room. But if you Google Wealth 365 tomorrow at 8:00 or at 2:00 Eastern, I'll be there talking about trading and all of that. If you want to tune in, that'll be great. Figured I should plug that. But anyway, guys, I will see you later, and trade safe out there.
Just let me know you're okay when you're off, Michael. All right, Michael. Let's see if that worked. You're just off. So okay, you guys hear me in the YouTube feed? Give me a yes, no in the YouTube feed. Worked. Okay, so that's how we do it, Michael. So I guess actually what we can do is that I get out. And then you guys get on, and I can turn it on immediately. And then just let me know when you're off. So that's easy. Okay, guys, welcome back in the YouTube feed. You can ask me questions there also. We don't have tick charts, James. We only have this. What you see is what you get. Okay, we have candles, and that's it. Well, guys, listen, the only thing I'm really kind of watching, just in case RVLV crashes through 11, I might take the trade. I just don't like this potential support area not that far away. How do you sign up for the 5 p.m. after hours classes? Are you talking about the webinars, Harley? Okay, yeah. So the webinars, you can sign up right here. Click on these links. Click on the links, and you see where it says webinar registration. They're all there. You can sign up for them all right there. Okay. Though I think today there's a weird stuff, kind of weird on the Trade of the Week webinar. I don't understand. It seems to be kind of a different procedure, but see what happens. Okay. Definitely the Monday, Wednesday, Thursday webinars are easy to sign up for. I don't know why the Trade of the Week seems to be a little more difficult, but they're all here. Okay. And they are all archived. So when you click on that link, you see sort of on the right hand side of the page, you'll see how you can see all the archived videos or webinars. Man, is it slow for me. I mean, usually I could rely on the pharmas, getting some of the pharmas a little bit of excitement, but not even the pharmas. And I have this, there's just nothing going on. Spectacular feature. I love that. Okay. Yeah, well, it's a huge time saver. Especially if you're clicking on a lot of alerts all day long. There's no question that it's a great time saver. Boy, I tell you, there's a couple of scans that I use for going up and going for down, sort of strong and weak. 2 stocks in one, 3 stocks in another, and usually they are filled. At least one of them is usually filled, depending on how the day is going. So this is about as slow as I can remember. Because we're getting so used to, the 500 point swings intraday. When it doesn't happen, we think it's slow. But I'm just not going to force anything. Nothing. Maybe he's e-mini trading. How are you doing, Netflix? Yeah, starting to come back a little bit here. Big earnings play after hours today for Netflix. Did it really? Yeah, just a little gentle pop. It's interesting because reading the news on them, they said that they got their non-compliance letter from NASDAQ. More to do with the bid ask, is it? Because certainly the price is above $1, so I'm not quite sure I understood that. Unless they're just saying the bid ask, there's just not enough volume. No, there's a ton of volume. Whoops, that's not the right stock. Is that right? Summit? No, there's another company called Summit. That's a pharma. Well, a ton of volume today. Maybe it just wasn't trading enough. I don't know. Watts, let's see if just to keep me interested. Let's see. Let's see. No shorts available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers for Watt. Yeah, see, I see support around 280, for this watt, down in the 15-minute chart, like maybe in this area. I mean, you have a little, some top bottoming tails. I just don't know if this is going to be energized anytime soon. Maybe, this is the type of one that could, at the end of the day, in the last hour and a half, maybe, because I mean, it did get up to what, 418 or so, 417. Could be. Yeah, we could have an end of the day run. I mean, it still has a little bit of room. Let's see where it got to and see where it's amazing, isn't it? Look where it's stalled on that weekly chart. Almost to the penny, the two highs there on that weekly chart. One to the penny, 417, and right beside it was 419. And look what it got to today, 417. Right to that area there. But it's a pretty big pullback so far anyway. Yeah, no thoughts on it. I mean, it's crazy. You can't trade it. I mean, it's too... I don't know if it's halted again. It's halted again, yeah. I mean, it's like that Liberty stock from last week. The spread. Yeah, you just can't... Just stay away from it. There's my recommendation. Only recommendation of the day. Yeah, I don't think I'll do a video today. There's just nothing to talk about, so I think I'll... Boy, this is a nice one. It's just got so much room. This EIGI, it's just the volume is just not going to trigger here. You don't have to. Yeah, I do a video. Yeah. Well, I didn't take any trades, so usually when I do a video, I like to talk about maybe a couple of the trades if I take them and other stuff. But I mean, I'm just finding that today is very, very slow. What are the best pre-market scanners? Well, I can tell you what I use. I don't know if it's the best pre-market scanner. So what are you looking for exactly in a pre-market scanner, B-Trade? I mean, this is what I use. Actually, I've separated them now. So this is what I use. This is now, again, it's active right now, but we start getting our data at 7 in the morning, Eastern time, 4 Pacific time. So I load both of these right then. And so when you say you see the jump after it has happened, for instance, I know that the watch showed up probably about right here, so 172-ish or so, as an example. The screen share went blank. Did it go blank for everybody? I want to make sure. Okay, so it's just on your end. Okay. Okay, it is here. All right, I'm going to show you what I'm doing now. I mean, I don't... so if you click on the scans, one of the scans is the pre-market scan, okay? You just have to find it. Where are you? There you are, pre-market actives, okay. So this is what I've done. I'll show you what I've done with this now. So there are the pre-market actives. You just have to click on that link. Now what I've done is I took the pre-market actives had both the long and short potentials in one. I've decided to separate them. So all I did was I just duplicated that pre-market one that I share. I duplicate it, and so then I just have the prices up at least 3% as opposed to or down 3%. So I got rid of the down 3%. Okay. And then I just gave it a new name, up. I duplicated it again. And then if you go to configure, then I flipped it. Flip. Gave it a new name. Now the down. So that's why now, if that makes sense, guys, that's why I now have the up and the down. So when you say, so all I do is, I start watching this whatever time I get up, I start watching this, and I see the ones that are up the most. This is the obvious way to do it at the beginning. Okay, you sort on the change from the close column, and you'll see the ones that are up the most right off the bat. And I've sorted on this, and I see the ones down the most right off the bat. So the next thing I do, I click on the alert, and then I check to see what news there is. A lot of times, and you're going to see this going forward for the next 3 weeks. A lot of the dynamic stocks will be earnings plays. You'll see it right there. That's why I have my single stock window open. So I will see whether or not it's an earnings play. Then I don't have to really check for news. I just check to see, is this an earnings play or not? If it's not an earnings play, then I will check my news. I've got my news tab on another. I have this duplicated on another monitor. I'll quickly check the news. A lot of times, of course, with these virus stocks, you see some kind of little news about, well, they've collaborating with a university, or they're doing something with the virus. Okay, that's the news. Or it could be other news. Look at Watt this morning. Watt's news was that they received, was it FDA? No, FCC certification. Okay, so that was the news this morning for Watt. So that's my exercise. I go through every one of them. Not every one of them, because look, there's just too many. Just the ones that catch my eye at the top. But then the next thing I'll do is this is a great column to have in the pre-market, the volume today percent. Because what this is doing, wow, yeah, look at that EIGI. I almost feel like taking it. It's a good-looking trade, good-looking one right now. And, it will trigger if it gets to 1 in the relative volume. Yeah, man. But there's a red bar ignored. No, I can't take it now. But this is what I was going to say is the volume today percent is a great one to have in the pre-market. Because when you click on this, because again, the obvious thing to do is to take a look at the ones up the most and down the most, okay, on this column. But why I have this organized the way I do is that I can sort on any one of these columns. So now, for instance, I can left click a couple times, and now I'm sorting on the volume today percent. Now, right now, it doesn't make any difference to me, what I'm seeing here. But in the pre-market, let's just say for argument's sake, I saw 50%. What that would mean is that stock is trading what it would do normally all day long. It's traded 50% of that in the pre-market already. That's pretty significant. That's definitely abnormal volume activity. So why I'll do that is that because when I sort on the change from the close, yeah, my eyes are drawn to the top ones, but there could be one down here that's only up 8% as an example that I'm not really seeing. Clicking on this column, it might propel that one near the top and I see it. The other one is I'll sort on the float. Again, there could be some low floater that's kind of sitting down here that I'm not seeing. So I sort on the float and see if there's a little gem that I just don't see, the short float percent. So this is the exercise I go through every morning. Start off with the change from the close, yes, but then sorting on these different columns to see if there's anything. It's kind of a little bit, maybe not necessarily the most up, but it still could be very, very significant to find it. So that's what I do in the pre-market. So whether or not that's the best scanner to use, I can't tell you that. It's the best scanner. I've been using this forever. I really haven't changed that forever. Now, the other thing is, just because you see those in the pre-market, it doesn't mean that once the market opens that they're going to rip. Oh, geez, look at that. EIGI, son of a... Now, guys, now it'll trigger. See, now it'll trigger. 306, because look at the relative volume. But it's, who knows? This might be a little extended now. Again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, look at the relative volume right now. It's 1.06. I have a minimum for things to trigger, is current volume is at least 1. So during this move here, that current volume number was less than 1. But on that volume burst, that's what increased the relative volume. Well, Navia, okay. So the Momo, if you like trading stocks that are moving higher or moving lower with lots of volume, this is a good scanner to have. It doesn't mean though that every stock that comes in here is a buy. You just take it. These are ideas, okay? My watch list though, my watch list usually can produce a lot of interesting trades all day long. So you could just follow that. Today's a bit of an anomaly. We had some data issues, and also there are not a lot of stocks in my overall watch list that are triggering today. But if you're a new trader, you could probably do worse. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. You could probably just concentrate on the stocks that you see they're coming into my watch list. And getting used to, looking and seeing doesn't mean just because you get an alert that you take the trade. I know that's what you're looking for. Everybody's looking for that. But it's a matter of, okay, you get the alert. What is the pattern it's doing? How much more room does it have? Is it near a whole number? But this is why I created this watch list, is especially for new traders, so that you can kind of focus on just a handful of stocks all day long. Get used to looking at patterns. My big thing, again, you hear me all the time. I know it sounds like I'm nagging all the time, but daily, weekly, monthly charts. If you're a momentum trader, these are the three. These charts are the most significant, because if you're a momentum trader, the stock is already probably at a new high or a new low for the day. So you're not having to worry about intraday resistance. So really, you're looking at things and saying, okay, great, it's made a new high. Where could it keep going, or where might it stall? So look at this weekly chart right there, or look at the weekly chart right here. What if all of this, see all this? What if it was right here, right on top of this? So what this could mean, it doesn't absolutely 100% mean, but what this could mean is that it could take a long time to get through all this. There's a lot of activity right there. As opposed to, can you not see there's nothing above Nothing. I'm not saying it's going to get to $5.30, but there's nothing stopping it from a chart point of view. Okay? As opposed to having a big congested area right on top, which is what we would call potential resistance. So that's what I'm always looking for in a chart. How much room does a stock potentially have? You know, a stock can stop, and I say this all the time. I mean, this could stop moving higher for a million reasons. Okay, one of them though won't be because of chart resistance. So what we try to do is take that out of the equation, chart resistance out of the equation. Yeah, in theory, yeah. So here's another one that made the watch list, okay? Not triggering. If it took out, if Flexion, what's the high of yesterday? But can you see why it made the watch list? Look left on that weekly chart. You know, it has a chance to get all the way up. I don't mean today. You know, this is why when people ask me, the stocks that make my watch list can have multi-day runs. I'm not saying, you know, there's no guarantee that any stock is going to have a multi-day run. But when you look at this weekly chart, look at the monthly chart, you can just sort of see that, wow, look at all this room it's got until it starts to hit a lot of resistance. Now there's the 200-day moving average up there, 14. That could stall it also, but that's, you know, that's $5 away. And so this would trigger if it got over 951. That's the high of yesterday. So this would trigger right up here if it got over 951, because one of the filters in place is that for a stock to trigger my watch list up, it has to be above yesterday's high. But look at the relative volume. You see, it's only 0.66. One of the other filters is it has to be 1. So now, does it mean I won't take a look at this? Yeah, I might, even though in theory it's not, you know, it's not trading anything abnormally. But if it does take that out, what are we now? 951. So I'll stick an alert just about, say, 954 and see if it takes out 954 a little bit later. So I just stuck a price alert. Now, let's say it does nothing for the rest of the day and just sits there. This will still make my watch list for tomorrow. Just because it didn't break out today, it could be just resting, and maybe tomorrow is a breakout day. We can't possibly know. Okay, guys, just give me a minute, okay? I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do a video today because we had the market issues or data issues at the beginning, and this would have been the good one today by far. OSUR got up to 1450 from the 1405 alert, but there's just nothing happening for me, so I decided not going to do a video. Again, I'm kind of waiting on the Flexion just to see. Take a look at the spread, 942, 944. So there's another, something else to watch. So the volume is not great. 33 million in the float. So it's not a low floater. It's not excessive or anything. In case you're wondering what this 0.67 refers to, one would be normal volume, okay? Normal volume up to this point of the day. Okay, up to 130. Typically, it's not exactly the definition, but we'll say over the last 10 days, at this time of day, it's trading only 2/3 of what it would normally do up to this point of the day. So it's not trading anything abnormally. Now, remember what happened with what was the one? The EIGI. So all of a sudden, when that volume came in, that caused that relative volume to scoot all the way up because that was under one also. But all of a sudden, if volume comes in, that can cause that relative volume to really accelerate. Well, this is a long. I mean, it's triggering long EIGI, from my watch list. Yeah, so maybe this will be more of I hate to call it teaching day, but I mean, ask me questions. I do have my marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. It is Tuesday, right? Yeah. So I have my marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So I'm still interested in this EIGI. I like the way it's kind of basing here. It might just, who knows, it might just really settle in at 3 and then pop from 3. So this could be a trade I'm going to take. Just have to wait and see if it, what's the spread like? The spread is good. Penny. I mean, this has had a tremendous run. I mean, remember what the market's been doing. I don't even know what they do. Software publisher. Okay, Jason, you can see my screen, right? Just want to demonstrate options for you. Just want to make sure okay, great. So yeah, we get the question a lot, is trade ideas good for option plays? Depends well, I'll let you be the judge, okay, once I go over all this. So we do have option filters. Now, we're not talking about trading options as such, okay? But we do have option filters, and this is what they look like. Okay, so we do have the put-call ratio. Option volume, that is the average options traded over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today, the put volume today, the call volume today. This is the key metric right there, okay? Options volume today %. So what that means is if I use this filter, say add the filter, and let's say this is for argument's sake, I put 200 in here, 200%. So what that means is I'm only going to see stocks that have traded, let's just say normally it trade over the last 10 days has traded 2,000 options. Okay, total of puts and calls. For me to see that stock today, it would have had to trade 4,000. In other words, double. Okay? Now, whether or not you think that can help you zero in on a good option play is up to you. That make sense? So you can zero in on stocks having abnormal option activity. So you'll get the stock, and then of course you load it, and I'm sure you've got some kind of an option program. So it might, to me, that I guess that would help to some extent. Not perfect, but it would help. Okay, Hector. So you can see my screen too, Hector? I'll make sure you can see my screen. You asked the question about how to set a target stock. Okay, so you're talking about. Okay, I'm answering, so I'll answer you. Yes, AutoTrader works if you connect on the simulator, okay? In Brokerage Plus. Welcome to the room, Flav. Okay, so you are talking about Brokerage Plus, right, Hector? And how? Because this is how you do it. So let's just say, for argument's sake, I want to trade EIGI. Now it's already traded it, so I'll have to pick another one. Let me pick. Say I want to trade APDN. Now let me ask you a question, Hector. Do you want it done in more of an automatic way, or do you want to set how many shares you want to buy, and then you know where your stop's going to be and all that, or would you rather have it done in kind of an automatic way? Let me explain what I mean. So using the buy button right on the chart as an example. Oh, okay, manual. Okay, I'll do it manual then. No problem. Now, what we always say though is if you're going to take a certain number of shares manually, then you have to know where your stop is. You should know where your stop is, and you also should know how much you want to risk per trade. You know, say $100 or $50, whatever that amount is. Okay, and then that dictates, knowing where your stop is, knowing how much you want to risk per trade. That dictates how many shares you should be taking. Does that all make sense? So that means you're going to have to do a little bit of arithmetic ahead of time, as if you want to do it manually. But let's just say you've done it. And I want to take APDN, and I want to take it right there, and I could put a stop right down there at 610. Okay, so I'm going to take, let's say I'll take 300 shares. I'll go in at the market. I'm going to buy 300 shares right at the market. Okay. Now I'm going to put a stop here, right at the bottom there. It makes kind of sense to put it right there. You know, right on the chart, 615 or so. So I put a stop price, 6.15, and I click sell. So you see how it is now right on the chart, right there. There's the sell. If with the number of shares that I took, if I allow it to go to the stop price, I will lose approximately $78. Okay? So that's on the stop loss. Now, let's just say you thought, you know what? I want to put a target of, $7 right up there, right at the high in the pre-market. So I'll do the same thing. 7.0, and here you have to put it in both. Okay, and sell. So there's my target right on the chart, right up there. So if it hit the target, I'd be up 176. If I let it hit the target and let it take me out automatically. Yeah, no problem. Flipperachi, I like that little. I'm assuming a play on Fibonacci or not. And now, Hector, the next thing you can do is, let's just say the trade starts working and starts moving up. You can now, right on the chart, you can start moving your stop, almost like a trailing stop. You're trailing that stop up as the trade is working. Also, let's just say for argument's sake, it starts really working well and you start approaching that target. No reason to get out. I mean, if the pattern is still good and all, why would you get out? So you could always, move your target up and down too. Okay? So did that answer your question, Hector? That is the most manual way to use Brokerage Plus. Okay, I'm just waiting for an answer from Hector. Okay, well, while he is mulling that, okay, good. Okay, thank you. Okay, in color, so it's pretty simple. First I'll answer the question about the float, all right? The float is important in that, all right, guys, wait for it. I have to use my house analogy, okay? The float is the supply of stock that's available for trading. The lower that number, and 2.97 million in a float is very, very low, okay? The lower that number, and then if for whatever reason a stock is in demand, in play, maybe it's an earnings play, maybe it had some great news, let's take a look at Watt. I don't know if it's a low float. It's probably not a super low float, but let me just take a look at Watt as an example. See, Watt's a pretty low float. 28 million is definitely, it's low, and it was in play. It had great news, the perception of great news, and this is why this did this, okay? But the lower that number, when a stock is really in play. So here's my house analogy, guys. So you live in a cul-de-sac that has 100 homes, and you want to sell your home, and you're the only one that wants to sell their home in that cul-de-sac, and you put your home up for $500,000. So there's the supply. Now, for whatever reason, maybe it's going to be rezoned, or somebody gets wind it's going to be rezoned, and a bunch of people, there's a rumor. And so all of a sudden 20 people want to buy your house. What happens? Okay? Obviously what's going to happen is the price of your house is going to keep getting bid up and up and up and up. So your $500,000, you're going to offer at $550, and another guy comes in at $600 and $650. So there is the demand for whatever reason, and the supply. So super low supply, one home, 20 people want to buy your house. So obviously the price of your house is going to go up. So that's the float. The float is that one house, and the demand is 20 people. Now reverse it. And here can be the problem, of course. Now all of a sudden, 10 people, you're in that cul-de-sac, and now you're one of 10 people that want to sell your home. And you're all listed for $500,000. Only one person comes in and wants to buy, offers $450. You're desperate, you want to sell, so you match it. But somebody else goes in, well, I'll sell for $425. And so on and so on. That's how it can go down so rapidly, okay? So there's sort of your supply and demand, and that's exactly the same the way the float works. So that's why you'll hear me talk about if a stock has a super high float, I usually stay away from them unless there's some really specific news. There was one this morning, I can't remember it. It was a $1 stock. Yeah, I'll get to you. Definitely, Flipperacci. I'll definitely get to you. I can't remember what it was. It was about a $1 stock. I had about 100 million in the float. I mean, that's really a lot for a $1 stock. It's going to take a lot to move it. Let's see, was that it? No, it was another one. I think it might have even started. It doesn't really matter, but you'll always hear me talk about like, I won't trade Facebook. I mean, Facebook's got what? 2.3 billion in the float. Unless Facebook's got some really interesting news about it. Was it GPOR? Thank you. Thank you very much. It was GPOR. So there's GPOR. 150 million shares in the float for a $1 stock is really a lot for a cheap stock. Okay, it's going to take a lot to move it. Now, admittedly, it did move. No question, it did move. But once we saw that move, what did it do afterwards? Not much. Whereas you'll see a lot of stock. If this had 2 million in the float, I can almost guarantee that it would kept moving. Almost. Okay. So that's why you're hearing me talk about I'll only take a look at a high float stock if there's some really significant news about it, because it's like trying to turn. It's like the difference between a speedboat making a turn and a huge ocean liner making a turn. It's going to take a long time for that big ocean liner to make that turn, whereas the speedboat, just like that. So the speedboat is the low floater and the ocean liner is the big floater. No pun intended. Okay, so Flipperachi. So when you say put the column together, now what are you talking about again? Are you talking about like how to put together an alert window, or just from scratch? First of all, I'm sharing all of these windows that you see. Well, this is part of my channel, so I don't share this as such. It is part of my channel. Click on new channel bar and my windows, okay? So then you'll get these 3 windows. But remember, everything in a channel is a layout, so don't click on it until you've saved your layout to the cloud. Okay, so let's create, and I do have to leave in 15. Just I'll be here. I have to attend the marketing meeting, but okay, let's do an alert window. Let's create an alert window, okay? Or a layout window. I'm sorry, a layout window. What do you mean by a layout window? You talking about you've got your alert windows and now you want to save it as a layout? This might be just semantics. Are you talking about creating one alert window? Are you talking about, okay, I've got some alert windows, I've got things on my screen. How do I save it as a layout? See, that's the problem when I asked, 3 questions and you give me a yes. So I don't know what you've said yes to. Yes to a layout? Or yes to just creating an alert window from scratch. So is it yes, creating an alert window from scratch? Is that what you mean? If I see you say yes, then at least I know how to proceed. Okay, so you have alert windows, you know how to create them, and now you want to save it as a layout that you can bring back every day? Okay. Okay, so all you do is this. So you've got your layout. Now the other thing too is, how many monitors do you have? Just one, okay. No, nothing. There's no difference in the premium and Paul for that. Okay, the support and resistance. We really don't draw it. I mean, we really don't draw support and resistance lines. I mean, there is sort of one that happens, but when it looks left on a daily chart, but it has nothing to do with whether you're standard or premium. Okay, well, you have one monitor, but this is good for people who have multi-monitors too, just so I can show them that. So what you do, if you have multi-monitors, put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what we'll designate as your main monitor. Your main monitor, Flipperachi, is going to be just the one, okay? And put it in the upper left-hand corner. Put all your windows, all your trade ideas windows exactly where you want them. On your main monitor, again, you only have one. But if you had several, put them all. I have my AI alerts on another monitor, so I put everything exactly where I want them. Next step: tools, options, and then you see where it says layouts. Click on layouts, and where it says, and then check open relative to main window, and save it. So that means then when you exit trade ideas and then tomorrow when you reload, all your windows will be exactly where they're supposed to be. You don't have to constantly rearrange things every single day. A lot of people don't know that because it's not intuitive. But getting back now to your specific situation, Flipperacci. Okay, so you've got all your windows. Now all you have to do is just file. I would always save to the cloud. I will, Dean. I will. Just let me continue with this. So again, file, save, or share to the cloud. Okay. Now, give it a name. Click on entire layout, and then save. So you could call this, it depends I don't know how many different layouts you want, but just give it a unique name. And that's it. Now your layout is saved into the cloud. Then, also when you exit, file, exit, and it'll ask you want to save your layouts. Just say yes. So that means if I exited right now and then I reloaded trade ideas, this is the layout that I'll see. I only use one layout. I don't have I don't use any. I have one layout that I use over and over and over again. I may make, oops, what the heck did I do? See, I exited. I accidentally exited. But no problem, let me just load it again. The issue now is I won't see the original. Oh, you got it? Okay. But you see what happened? I exited, and then when I reloaded, I said save, and I exited, and everything loaded the way I wanted it to. Hopefully the trade worked. Second, guys, I just have to do a couple of things on my other monitor. Yeah, it's something that most people don't know unless you really know, where to look. And I should probably go over it more because, we do have many people with multi-monitors. And it's a real pain if you have to, keep loading every day. Or rearranging your windows every day. Yeah, well, listen, I'm here until at least 3, okay? All right, new to trading, want to better understand the book definition of resistance cross and squeeze, okay? Well, the squeeze in theory is something that if you see a big short float, okay, this is not one. Let's see if Weight Watchers still has a big short float. Not really. Maybe somebody has an example. Yes, it'll remember exactly as long as you put all your, just like I said, this is a window that I've got on one of my monitors. I just stick it exactly where I want it. No. No, obviously not liking it at all. They gave it up. I wasn't in this one. You understand? I was not in this one. It took it in the simulator. What I was waiting for was to see how well it held this area. It didn't hold it that well. And now I got this big topping tail. So big, it's a big trade-off or a big sell-off right there. So, oh, that's the question. The resistance, so the squeeze. So if you saw a situation in which you had a big short float percent, so what that would mean, let's just say for argument's sake that that's at 50%. I just can't find an example of one. Maybe somebody's got off the top of their head if they know one that has a big short float percent. Mitch? Okay, thank you. Yeah, there you go. There's a perfect one. So look at that. Now, 76%, there's 70 million shares in the float. There's so many people betting this is going down. 76% of that float is short, okay? I mean, that's a big bet that this is this is going, people are piling in as a short on this. So what happens is on a classic short squeeze is that if this stock had tremendous news all of a sudden, and I have to think, I don't know how many people were short down here. I don't know if they've been piling up in this area and now piling in, but let's just say for argument's sake, this stock had tremendous news today and it shot up to like $150 for whatever reason. All these people are short are gagging, okay? They're being squeezed like you wouldn't believe because they're seeing their short position. And so what do they have to do is they're scrambling to cover, in other words, to buy the stock, which further fuels, what I call it. You have the norm, like the buying because of whatever reason. This, the people are enthused about buying the stock. So let's just say it could have been me who's not short, and I'm just buying the stock. Meanwhile, all the people who are short are being horribly. I mean, they're looking at this with shock and they're covering. So that's basically short covering, which is fueling the buying. They're having to buy, which is on and on and on. So I mean that is typically what a short squeeze would look like if you have a big short float and there's a ton of demand. You'll just see people giving up and covering. Resistance, I mean, what I consider resistance and what you might consider resistance could be two different things, but if I saw this, on a weekly chart and a stock is approaching this to me would be pretty decent resistance. Look at all the activity right there. It's got to find a way to get through this. As opposed to, right now, I mean, this has kind of clear sailing up to here as an example. It's just a matter of getting used to, once you see thousands of charts, I mean, you just start to see, okay, there's resistance. There's an area where it could stall. Doesn't mean it's absolutely going to stall there. No. The other thing to always be aware of is where the 200-day moving average is. That can be a real barrier for a stock to go through, or it could bounce off it. If it's coming down, it could bounce off it. But that 200-day moving average is sort of what I'll call one of the universal indicators, even for a person like me who doesn't really pay that much attention to indicators. That is one that, I will pay attention to. So how do I set up my scanners, Hector? Yeah, I'm going to have to ask you to come. I mean, I can share all of my scanners with you. This is a question from the YouTube Rube, and they're all my scans right here. It's very difficult for me to do it, in the YouTube room. I can't. I tried before, and when I copy them all, it just is a jumble. But here are all the scans that I'm sharing, and also right up here, the same thing. It just goes into a Word document. So if you could come into the trading room, I can give all these to you, and I can give you the link for the room. And it is now 1:57, so in a couple of minutes I'll be in the marketing meeting. So Hector, this is a link to get into the trading room, okay? Then I can share all the scans and everything with you. Okay guys, I'm just going to put the announcement here that I'll be in the marketing meeting. Starting at 2. Yeah, the only brokerage platform we work with right now is Interactive Brokers. Okay, trading. You see, it says here Interactive Brokers. I know we have E-Trade and Alpaca here. I can't tell you when E-Trade is going to. We were very. I say this all the time. We were very close to having E-Trade being in the first quarter. We have worked with E-Trade for many many years. Worked in that they have a version of our product within them. And so, we've had a relationship with E-Trade for many, many years. They were going to be the next one, but then they got bought by Morgan Stanley, and then the virus hit. So everything is on hold right now. TD Ameritrade is not in the works, no. All right, guys, I just want to not a dumb question, not at all. I mean, all I can say is that the majority of our customers use Interactive Brokers, and one of the reasons we have customers from all over the world. And one of the reasons is, it's amazing when you go to Interactive Brokers website and you check to see the countries that it works in. It's an amazing number of countries that IB works in, so that's one of the reasons why we picked Interactive Brokers as being the one that we would connect to with Brokerage Plus. So I can. I can recommend Interactive Brokers. We're not part of Interactive Brokers or anything like that, but I've been using them for about 3.5 years now, and I've got no issue with them whatsoever. Somebody the other day asked me what broker in Haiti, and I couldn't believe it. So when we looked at a list of countries, and Haiti was one of them for IB. Yeah, I have had no outages with IB. I have to. Listen, do they still charge a little commission? Yeah. If you want to be a penny trader, it's probably not the best if you want to take 10,000 shares of things. But to me, half a cent a share, and I've had so many people now talk about TD Ameritrade, and since they went to so-called commission-free trading. Service is not great. Seem to get lag. I don't know about your fills. I have no idea. But certainly I've had no issues with Interactive Brokers. So, you get what you pay for. Unfortunately, it doesn't work with IB Lite. Brokerage Plus does not work with IB Lite. But there was somebody in the room who had tried IB Lite, and then they went back to call it IB Pro. No, I know it hasn't started yet. Thank you, though, the Dreamer. So we had one nice one from the AI. I'm just looking here. There was a short $42.99. This is now at $40.86, so a couple of dollars. I'm not saying it's no good. I'm not saying it's no good at all. Somebody in the room came in and they said they tried it and they didn't like it. That's all. I'm really not trying to diss it at all. I don't remember who it was, but somebody who's in the room a lot. No, that wasn't the reason though. That wasn't the reason because it didn't work with TI. I think they just listen. I can't speak for them. The person would have to come back in and say, "Hey, I was the guy. I was the person." Just waiting for this meeting to start. Usually, well, it's really late. There we go. Okay, guys, I'm in the meeting now. All right, guys, I'm now back. All right, now I did notice finally some interesting little patterns starting to show up in my pharmas. There's Excel. Took out the high of yesterday. Didn't make the watch list today because it had such a pullback, and I was thinking, okay, for it to take out that high, it's going to have to go $1.50 or $1.30 or so. So it's just at the high of yesterday. And NVC. NNVC, okay, so NNVC, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, look, it's got a lot of room if it can keep going. It had the big pop. I did see you guys talking about it. The big pop here, 550 all the way up to, wow, up to what, 780. Low float situation. I'm sticking an alert for Excel just over 25, say around 2507. Now, I'll be shutting down around 3 o'clock, so probably not going to do anything today, but I probably. This will probably be on the watch list for tomorrow. Still has a little bit of room up to this area here, around 30. Well, that's a lot of room actually on the monthly chart. Another one that's had a nice rebound is this CEMI. Look at this curl all the way up from about $1.13 up to 14 something. Yeah, COCP right at the top here. Maybe I'll go over the similar tab. I don't think I've gone over the similar tab today. So again, if you don't have the similar tab, first of all, you should have, my opinion, of course, you should have the single stock window open somewhere. Get lots of information at a glance about a company. Okay, the different tabs we've got here, but just even in the detail, you quickly see what the float is. If you're looking at a VWAP and the 200-day, all this sort of stuff. So I recommend you have the single stock window open. And if you don't have the similar tab, that means you're not on the latest version of Trade Ideas. So make sure you do download that. If you click on subscriptions and where it says download TI Pro or Beta, click on that. You'll be brought to the download page. Scroll down until you see the beta. All right. So once you do that, then you'll have the similar tab. And this is how I'm using it. I'm using it more as a pop-out, but I'll show you exactly how I'm using it. So first thing I do, I'll click on the similar tab. You notice we've got competitors and price action. I'm only using competitors. I don't find the price action. Need a few more filters, for me to really take advantage of it, I think. So right now I'm just using price action. Would be something like, okay, here's a stock doing this. What are stocks doing something very similar? Okay, that's the theory behind it. But right now I'm using competitors. So when I click on that and then I duplicate the window twice. That's why you see I duplicate it right click, duplicate, and I duplicate it again. And then I sort on the change from the close column. I sort it one way so I see the ones that are up the most, and I sort it another way so I can see the ones down the most. This is stocks in the same sector. Okay, now this pharma preparation manufacturing sector, you know, this is one of those ones which is really, really active all the time. I mean, you know, obviously during the virus and all, yes, it's probably more active, but you know, the farmers are really, really active most of the time. So this is what I've done is once I have this, I pop it out. Right click and pop it out. And then then it's a top list, and then I can add different filters to it. Okay, right here, you cannot add anything to this. So, you know, what I've done, what I love to do is I love to add the position in the day's range. That's why I saw Excel. You see Excel now is there, and in fact, there it is. Remember I was saying earlier on, I mean, this usually has a lot of stocks near the high or the low. Just didn't have very many, you know, maybe about an hour ago. But anyway, so I can add some columns. I can add a price range that I want to trade in, look at, you know, that's my price range. Current volume, so at least it's trading somewhat abnormally, and a minimum number of shares. And then I also add this column and I sort on it. So I can see, for me, the way I like to look at things, I like to see stocks breaking out to new highs or near the highs of the day, or at the bottom here near the lows of the day. So this is one sector. Of course, you could have a different sector that you want to follow. All you have to do, again, is just pop it out. And then you can start to, you know, massage it the way you want to. So that's how I'm using the similar. And I'm really enjoying it. I mean, especially this. I mean, this is such an active sector. Yeah, so the position, and we have a lot of great filters based on position. Let me just show you. So, you know, position in the 5-minute range. Where is it in the 5-minute range? Near the high or the low of the 5-minute range, 15, 30. You asked specifically about the position and range. So what this is showing me, if I put, for instance, for argument's sake, add the filter, and I put, you know, 99, that means the stock has to be basically right at the top. Or if I put 100, literally, it'll be right at the top of today's range. So in other words, it'll be right at the high of the day. So that's why, for instance, when you look at this, I like seeing the graphical presentation. So if I expand this just a little bit, there's the position range. You see there's just a little bit of white there. If it were all the way over, that would mean that at 25.05, that would have been right at the day's high. Well, look at the day's high. The day's high is, well, I can't quite see, it's not popping up there, but say 25.14. So that's why there's just a little sliver of white there, because 25.04, if I actually hover over this, I should get the percentage. So it's at 95%. Actually, it's probably 95 point something. Okay, does that make sense? So I mean, if the price was right at 25.14, this would be at 100%. It would be, there'd be no white at all. So that's why I like to sort on this. So here at the bottom end of the scale, EVFM, it's almost at the low of the day. You can just see there, it's almost at the low. It's at 552, and the low looks like around 550. So these position and ranges are, to me, they're excellent. I love them. That's why, see, I've got the position in the 60-minute range. So at a glance, I can see what has the stock been doing. You know, where is it in the 2-year range? Where is it in the year range? Where is it in a lifetime range? So you can see right now that this EVFM, horrible. It's almost at the low of its entire life. Just looking at that red right there, almost all the way over. So you don't even have to look at a chart. You can just see how good or bad a stock is. You know, look at the YTR. I mean, just horrible. In the 20-day range though. So lifetime, it's almost at the low. 2 year, it's almost at the low. Starting to creep back a little bit in the year. Actually, though, over the last 20 days, based on today's action, it's getting closer to the high of the 20 days. So this is where you can start to zero in on stocks that might be starting to come back. See how that makes sense when you just look at this? Here's a stock that's been completely and utterly beaten up, but now maybe starting to crawl back. Look at it on a weekly chart, starting to crawl back. This is good for people who like the bottom fish stuff. Yeah, meanwhile, what is happening here? Travel agency in India. Oh, India, okay. Thought it was going to be Chinese, but it's India. No, there have not been very many. Well, certainly not intraday. Not too many good bounce plays. Not with the market. What's happened with the market? No. I see what's happened here. Oops. I wonder. I know I'm talking to myself. So look at this one. I mean, again, here's the MTEM. You see how it's right at the high, right at the high, right to the penny. And this is starting to move here, MTEM. What's the spread like? Yeah, not a great spread, 1676, 1689, but so you can see that Excel, I mean, if it gets back up to that 2510, maybe it's just resting a little bit right at 25. And also, if you get some volume, just get some volume coming in, this could really pop this out. Hello, Mike. I see you in the YouTube room. Hello. I don't. You say Mike? There's a Mike in the YouTube room that said hello, and now hello, Mike in the trading room. Well, it's been a few years, and I can't remember the last time I didn't take one trade, but it's okay. Oh, look at this thing go now. MTEN just ripping here. Ripping here. I don't make suggestions, Mike, okay? If I'm taking a trade, I'll talk about it, but I'm not suggesting anybody follows what I'm doing, okay? So it may be semantics. Today is not a good day because we had a bit of a data problem earlier on, so a lot of trades that I take are usually within the first, couple of hours. But it's not a room in which I'm going to tell you, okay, guys, you should buy this, and if you get into it, then here's where you sell it. I'll give you ideas. If I'm going to take a trade, though, usually what happens is I'm talking about it, and I'll say, guys, I like this one right around here, and then, if I take it, I take it. If and I'll say if I took it, but I'm not going to say, and now you guys should take it too. I'm not a investment advisor. Have to make that claim right off the bat. So does that make sense? This is not a room in which you're paying. In other words, I know there are a lot of trading rooms out there that you pay, a certain amount per month, and the moderator is going to say, okay, guys, you should take this trade, and that's not this room. Oh, I see what's happened. This is from yesterday. I'm trying to remember, how did this trade? This is a carryover from yesterday. AVCT short. What you're seeing here also, this is the simulator in action, okay? So we have a paper trading module. Yeah, you will. If you just did it. If you just clicked on it now, you're only just like me. I only see the one because I had to reload trade ideas. You're only going to see the last one as opposed to all of them for the day. Not that there were very many for the day today. Yeah. No, I know. That's what you see. The same thing with me. But if I did a history, these are the ones. These are actually the ones that appeared. But you would have had to have loaded the room by 10:15 to see the first one, 10:15 Eastern time. It's like any alert window. If you load an alert window, now for instance, well, it's not a good example because I've had to do a reload myself, but this was full, and if somebody said, hey, I'd like to see this one, and I could give you the link, and when you load it, you're only going to see the last one. You're not going to see all the previous ones. You mean like I did? Okay, so this is how you do it. Let me, there's different scanning criterias, Mike. But I'm a momentum, I'll get to you in a second, Thomas. I'm a momentum trader, okay? So I like to see stocks making new highs or new lows, okay? And then after that, obviously a minimum volume, a minimum, usually a minimum relative volume. So I want to make sure the stock is trading somewhat abnormally in terms of volume. But it depends on the window I'm looking at also. So, I mean, if I look at this one, the Momo up, here are my, in the volume of the last 5 minutes or last minute, 1,500% are normal. So something is happening usually. I don't have RSI. I mean, I don't use an RSI limit, okay? I don't just, I'm not saying it's not good to use it. I just don't do it in these. I don't have I don't use every single filter. Here, this is a momentum, looking for a momentum burst on volume. So that's why it says like 1,500% on the last minute, abnormal. Things like that. All right, so to do this, you have to, it's all in the view mode. Okay? So in this watch list, in fact, I'm surprised though, because this should I'm surprised it doesn't work immediately. So when you do history and you do today, don't you get the duplicates and then they disappear? No? Okay. Maybe you don't have this. Okay, you have to have that time. What you want to do is go to properties. Now, you may want to duplicate your window, okay? Because you don't want to necessarily make this the default. But if you duplicate the window and then properties, go to properties and in view mode, and then you see where it says group and sort by, click on that. And then what you're doing is just follow this. Keep oldest. You want to sort on time and then descending. And say okay. Then when you do your history, that will happen. You'll see them all briefly and then they'll get rid of all the duplicates. So let me do that again. So it's right click. It's all in the view mode. Properties, view mode, group and sort. Okay, you got it? Great. You're quick study, Thomas. Most of them are in the first couple of hours. See, my watch list, which has been very inactive today, even though I had to do a reboot, so that's why you only see these symbols. There were only four in the watch list up and 2 or 3 in the watch list down. What the watch list does is you don't have to do anything. All you have to do is load, go to my channel. If you're a Trade Idea subscriber, click on new from the toolbar. And then from the channel, and then channel bar, and then my windows, Barry's windows right there. These 3 windows will load. And you do that before the market. Well, you can do it around 9:30. Certainly do it at 9:30. It's not a link. It's in my channel. It's in the channel bar. So from the toolbar, click on new. From the toolbar, click on new. And then channel bar, and then my windows. It's not a link, it's a channel. Now, before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Because everything in a channel is a layout, so you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Look at CEMI, what a move. Okay, and then, so tomorrow, if you load that channel at 9:30, you'll start to see some alerts coming in immediately. But this is this is what it's really all about: the watch list up and the watch list down. Because what happens is from the watch list, I have a watch list. It's only got about 25 symbols in it today. For a stock to show up here, it has to meet certain filter requirements from the watch list. So this is kind of what I'm talking about. See, it's only looking at a watch list that's called opening up. So it's attached, that watch list is attached here. And then, so it's only looking at those symbols. And then if those symbols are above yesterday's high, at least 150,000 shares traded, and it has to be trading at least normally, 1 in the relative volume. I delay it for 15 minutes. I don't want to see any alerts before 15. I want to see if the market can kind of settle down a little bit. So if all these filters are met and then a stock makes a new high from that watch list, that's why we see this right here. And then you can kind of watch these all day long. Usually you get a very manageable number of stocks to watch. So it's great if you're a new trader. You don't have to constantly flip around trying to figure out, well, what should I be watching? That's why I do it. I do it for myself, though, really, too. I mean, it's not just for new traders. So, for instance, now again, today is not a great day. We had an outage, or not an outage. We had our data provider had a problem. But I'm just looking at, so OSUR 1405, the alert happened. Stock got up to 1450. MR, I don't think moved. 491, yeah, it didn't really move. Watt also, we also mentioned that Watt was really extended. The problem is that with Watt is that it made such a high way up here, and then when it pulled back, then it had to break that high. So I'm not trying to make any, I'm not trying to defend it at all. But if you were here yesterday, the watch list was spectacular. Usually you only get maybe six longs, maybe 3 or 4 shorts. No, it's up to you to trade. Okay, I'm not. This is a watch list, so I'm not saying there is a potential entry. And then it's up to you really to manage the trade, just like the AI. It's up to you to manage the trade. If you had the AI, I'm we have guides, guidelines for stops and all that, but I mean, why did this one obviously it was working just for a little bit. I was waiting for another break over 3, and it kind of happened, but then it didn't, and then it just dropped. Had this held, this would have been probably a good little trade. This probably, had this not happened, had it just sort of held 3 and then moved, because look at the room it's got. That's what I always talk about. Look at the room on the weekly and the daily and the monthly chart. So, this could have, there was nothing on the chart that was going to stop it from going up. Now, obviously, for whatever reason, people decided to sell it here. So the alert, there is the alert, but then after that, it's really up to you to manage. So again, my watch list. So what I'll do once the market closes today, I'll take a look at all the symbols that are on my watch list. I'll take a look at them all again and see whether or not I want to carry any of them tomorrow. The jury's out on this one because it had such a big pullback. It depends how it closes. I mean, if it closed close, to this area, then I'll probably continue it on the watch list for tomorrow. Because if it ever took out 3 with any conviction, I mean, look, it's got all this room still. So that's the exercise I go through. Load every symbol again that's on my today's watch list and see if I want to carry any over for tomorrow. And then I have a bunch of scans that I look at that I'll be adding some stocks to the watch list. And then all you have to do is load and see which ones trigger. No, all I'll do is I'll tell you, I'll say, okay, guys, I really like this. For instance, on this EIGI, what I was saying is what I would have loved for this to happen is for it to, I would have said, okay, guys, if it gets back over 3 and holds, I'm going to take this trade. It's up to you then to take the trade if you want. I'm not going to, this is in the simulator. This is what I demonstrate all day long. Okay, so I will say, okay, guys, I'm in the trade. And, you'll know it's real time, and I'll post it up here. And then it's up to you. I'm not going to say, okay, guys, and you should get out at 320 or 330, or I'll say, okay, guys, I've just taken some out at a certain price. The Momo scanner is here, okay, Jeffrey? So all you have to do is click, well, probably better right now. I'm going to be closing the room in a couple of minutes, but if you click on the room drive icon and you see where it says scanners that I share, click on download, and then it'll go to a Word document. Then you can take a look. I'll have all the scanners that I'm sharing, including the Momo up, is there. So I'll wait for you to do that. So let me know when you've done that. You know, the XL was a good example of one that I might have taken. I talked to, you hear me talk about something first, you know, and I said, well, look, guys, look at the XL here. And I said, you know, if it can ever hold 25 and maybe get some volume, that is something I might want to take. Okay, so it just didn't do it. You know, it just didn't do it. And why would I do that? Why would I even, you know, because look, if you look left, look at all the room it potentially has on that monthly chart up to this area. So I'm not going to say take the trade, guys. I've taken the trade, so you guys should take the trade. Boy, this one is getting interesting again. Okay, so you have to load it at least once during the week. So let's say if you start trading on Monday, the reason being is that I change the symbol list name every week. So this week, you know, it's called opening up. On Friday afternoon, once the market closes, excuse me, I changed the symbol. I changed the symbol list name. So Monday morning, you click on my channel. Okay. Then if you want, you can save these to the cloud. Okay, save the 3 windows to the cloud. Then you can bring back the layout that you like if that's what you want to do. And then bring these 3 windows back from the cloud so you can see what I'm going to do. You've got your layout. Now you can add these 3 and then save your layout again with these included. So you only have to do it once. Well, then all you have to do, Jeffrey, is it probably looks something like this, right? Let me just... where are my scans? Just give me a second here. Okay, so it probably looks something like this, right? Jeffrey? Okay, so all you do is take, say you wanted the strong stocks up. So highlight it, copy it. Okay, copy it. Control C, so it's copied. And then File, Load from Cloud. And it should appear right there. See the strings? It ends in C313. C313. When you copy it, when you do File Load from Cloud. Now, if for some reason this is blank, it shouldn't be, but if it happens to be blank, just paste it in. Control V it in. And then load. Okay, I want to make sure that you understood that and that it worked. Okay. And now it's on your, now you can do whatever you want with it. Boy, this CMEI, that really, I mean, you didn't, out of nowhere, really, you know. I mean, this looked like it could have started it. Nah, I said nope. And then look at this. All right, guys, are there any other questions? Again, I'll always stick around if there are questions, but if there are no more questions, I'll wrap it up. If you're wondering why I do that, I mean, you know, I still have work to do. I mean, I have to, I take off, I usually go on a little bike ride, and then I come back, and then I've got an hour and a half or so of scanning and stuff. So it's a long day. So people wonder, well, why not? That's the reason. How do I go to, okay, just, you're a subscriber, right, Mike? Oh, well, that's how you can't go then. You have to be a subscriber. If you're a subscriber, then it's up here. New, channel bar, oops, new, channel bar, and then my windows right there. The monthly cost, I'll give you a link. Okay, so there, if you click on the link, okay, if you click on that link, you'll see, well, you'll see, well, do it. It's easy enough to do. Pricing, okay. So at the top here, we have the annual costs, okay. And then we have standard and premium. If you just want to see my windows, all you need is a standard. And it is $118 a month, less 15%, okay, with the promo. Discount's only good for the first month though, okay? After that, it would go to the 118. So you could always try us out for a month. You don't like us, you just, it's not a contract, okay? Not really, Richie. I mean, I think my watch list has really helped me focus, okay? The, the watch list was created for people who are new to trading and maybe even new to trade ideas. I created this watch list concept about, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago now. And I never thought I would use it, to be honest, because I had a bunch of other scans and I was, doing other things. And then I started following it a lot more closely, and I found that, man, all I really would have to do is follow my watch list. And I've just found that, if I spend the time in the evenings trying to create a good watch list, it has all the benefits the next day. So, and I haven't really found it. No, I haven't really found it any more difficult in this market. I'm the only presenter in this trading room. If that's your question. Swing trading scans. Well, again, as I always say, a lot of the stocks that you see, I mean, this didn't work, but had, the EIGI, I mean, this has been on my scan for several days now, probably a couple of weeks, maybe. It just has never triggered because the relative volume wasn't big enough until today. But you can sort of see they're all designed for potential holds. But you got to be careful in this market to hold anything. Okay, really. I mean, I'm not saying, sure, we've had some incredible runs and things if you've picked the right one, but it depends on the sector you want to get in. I would never be holding anything in the energy sector, as an example. The bios are always, kind of can be very crazy. Yeah, Frank, you've seen sort of the evolution, haven't you? All right, guys, I think that is it. I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap it up. Yeah, never auto trade, right? Well, you understand. I'm only demonstrating. I'm not auto trading myself, though. There's an argument I could be doing it myself, but I'm only auto trading as a demoing just to show people. All right, so you're trying to apply a brokerage plus strategy to auto trade an alert window. Okay, so you have your alert window. You have your alert window, right? Okay, so you have this. You have the strategies tab open. Have you clicked? You have the strategies tab. Okay. Have you loaded your strategy? Have you file load from cloud yet? In other words, did you save your alert window to the? You have to save your alert window to the cloud. Okay, and then you load it from the cloud. Yeah, that if you saved it to the cloud, you'll see it right at the top. When you see it, just highlight it and load it. Yes, you have to see these strategies here, these long and shorts. These are all, things that I either. Well, if you already created your alert window, then the easiest thing is just to, again, in once you have this tab, when you're here, load from cloud, and then load it. Does that make sense? So watch. Let's just say I wanted to. Yeah, you have to put it there. Let's say I wanted to do this one. So I would file, I would, and save it in the cloud. Okay, so I saved it in the cloud. Now, if I wanted that one in here, I would right click, load from cloud, and there it is. Right there. Okay, I highlight it and I load it, and I just add it to the existing strategy, and there it is. Okay, now you have to go. Now you have to create the strategy though within it. How do you want to trade it? Because right now, and by you have to edit the trading strategy. Now you have to, and I can't tell you what you want to do, but do you want to start anytime? Your order details, risking how much a trade, where you want to put a stop, and you just do that once. I can't tell you how to do how you want to do it, and then once you do that, then you turn the strategy on. Right click and turn it on. See, now it's on. And that's how you would auto trade. For that, you need our premium service. So you have to do that, and that's what I do with these two. I mean, normally I turn them on. Every morning I turn them on. That's how, so that when a symbol shows up, it automatically takes the trade. Okay, somebody asked me thoughts on DECN. Here's an interesting one that just triggered SPCB. Interesting. Okay, so DECN. I don't know this one. Yeah, I thought so. It's a pink sheet stock. I typically do not look at pink sheet stocks, okay? Not saying there's anything wrong with it, but I typically just don't look. And most of the people in this trading room do not trade pink sheets. Okay, so I mean, it's had obviously, if you got it at 7 cents and you wrote it the following 2 days up to 31, awesome, I get it. But typically, I don't look at pink sheet stocks. And again, to quote an old Seinfeld, not that there's anything wrong with that. Okay. All right, guys, I think that's it. I want to hop on a bike. So we'll see you tomorrow. I'll shut the room down now. See you tomorrow, 9 o'clock Eastern. That's when I'll open the room. So have a great evening, everybody. And I always say, stay safe. Don't do anything stupid. And we'll see you in the room tomorrow. Bye-bye. No, not that I'm aware of. I mean, you'd have to freeze. Say you had a topless window, you could freeze it every minute and get the download.